All right, thank you all so much, and welcome to the LSUIC second quarter meeting. That is the quarter covering the period October, November, and December. So today is the first Saturday in the new year and in the month of January. So we are here to address you all with what have transpired in the second quarter. With that, I will officially call the meeting to order as your presiding officer for today's meeting. Next is the reading and adoption of our meeting agenda. And I'm sure probably
Okay.
we all have seen the agenda. It has been shared in all of the groups, but we're going to still do likewise. So I will call the National Secretary General, Honorable C. Nathaniel Woolley II, to do the reading and put forth the agenda for adoption.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Am I being heard?
Yes,
Okay,
yes, we can hear you.
all right, so I'll just run through the reading of the agenda quickly. Today is January 3rd, 2026, and this is our second quarter's meeting agenda. And the first item on the agenda has been done already by the national president, and that has to do with the meeting call to order. And the second item I'm doing right now, the reading and adoption of the meeting agenda. And the third is the opening prayer, and that will be done by our National Chaplain General, Honorable Michelle Vamper. And then the fourth item is the recognition and welcome statement. That will be done by our National Vice President, Honorable Ruthie M. Hammond. And then we'll move quickly to the business session. On the business session, we will deal with the reporting, firstly from the Council of Coordinator, and that will be done by our senior coordinator, COC1, Honorable Talagba Chie. And the second aspect of the reporting will be from the National Executive Committee, starting from the National Secretary General, that is the head of the Secretariat. And then the next reporting officer will be the National Financial Secretary, Honorable Noah D. Mason. And then lastly, our national president will be doing the last reporting. And then the sixth item on the agenda is any other business. And the seventh item is remarks. Is there any other one further than remarks?
No.
Okay, so having read the agenda, the agenda is now open for a motion of adoption. So if you are there and you want to raise the motion of adoption, kindly use the reaction and raise your hands. Be recognized, and then you can raise the motion.
All right, thank you so much, Honorable National Secretary General. So the floor is open. Okay, the hand of the co-chair of the Press and Public Affairs Committee, Honorable William. You can kind of unmute yourself and
Uh, Thank you, Honorable. Well, with that being said, I raise the motion that the agenda be read for this meeting be used for its intended purpose, and any other business that will have to do with interjection or any other thing besides this discussion can be sent to the AOB. So I raise that we can use this as a working tool for today. If I can be so seconded.
all right. The motion has been brought forth. Is there any other objection or someone to second the motion? If you are there, kind of just raise your hand and we will recognize you. Okay. Honorable Wilson, your hand is raised.
Okay, before I second the motion, I just want to let you all know that we are going live, so you can go on the Facebook page and make some reaction and just follow the live also. Okay, so Jenkins Uwezi, National Deputy Secretary General, I second the motion. Thank you.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded. Let us move to the next agenda item. That is opening prayer by the National Chaplain General, Honorable Michel Van Pelt.
Okay, greetings everyone. Hello, am I being heard?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, let us pray. Father, we thank you for today. We thank you for bringing us together in oneness. We ask that you take over this entire second quarter reporting. We pray for wisdom. We pray for understanding. And we ask, Lord, that you open up our understanding, that we always bring forth ideas so that the activities on a review can be or report in a way that we all will have a clarity of every activity that we have done during this period. We thank you for making this time a success. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you so much, Honorable Van Pelt. That's the National Chaplain General of LSUIC. Up next is the recognition and welcome statement by the National Vice President, Honorable Rufin M. Hammer.
Good evening, LSUIC. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So on behalf of the National Executive Committee, I warmly welcome each of us to our General Second Quarter meeting. And thanks for your presence on here and your continuous commitment to LSUIC. Indeed, our service to man is service to God. So to begin, I wish to recognize the incredible efforts of each of us as members and as leaders, both city chapter leaders or national leaders. Your dedication to LSURC is one of the reasons why we are at the point that we are. And I want to believe in union success is sure. So thank you for being here again, and let's begin. Thank you and welcome.
All right, thank you so much, Honorable National Vice President. We move now to business discussions. And the first is the report from the Council of Coordinators through the senior coordinator or any other person that he would designate. Honorable COC1 or Honorable Council, is the Council present and ready for presentation?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Okay. You can now share.
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed, and I would like to say thanks to everyone being here tonight, and welcome to the second quarter report of the Council of Coordinators, the six Council of Coordinators of the Liberian Student Year in China. And this is the report for the fiscal year 2025-2026, second quarter. And this report runs from October to December and is presented on the 3rd of January. So before I go any further, I would like to recognize the effort of His Excellency, Honorable Orlando Tiablo, for the job done. May you have transformed LSUIC greatly, and I do appreciate all you've done. And I want to recognize the effort of the Vice President, Her Excellency Honorable Rufin M. Hammer, who is the head of the Council of Coordinators, and she has been doing a wonderful job also when it comes to both the NEC and that of the council. She's our middle person. So with that being said, I would like to recognize the effort of all of the other members of the NEC, from the Secretary General to that of the Champlain. Thanks for the job well done, and all of the committee heads too as well. So today's presentation will focus on our executive summary for the second quarter, introduction, the general assembly settings, quarter two highlights and points, and the council accomplishments, the preferential agreement, and then also the challenges with forward and conclusion. So this is the head of council, Her Excellency, Honorable Rufian Hamill, who oversees and presides over the hearing of the council. Thanks to you, Madam, for the job well done. And these are the executives of the council. So these are members, Honorable Andrew Nasai Thompson. He works as our coordinating secretary general. He is our paperman. He makes sure that we are on track, and he's been doing an amazing job. They have seen the growth from the first quarter to now, and he's doing a wonderful job. And in the middle here is Honorable Julate Agada Flomukwe. She stays Deputy CM Coordinator, and she has been also doing a wonderful job and find most people within the council who will misbehave. Thanks to you, Honorable, for the job well done. And to the person here is me, Honorable Tyler Chair, the CM Coordinator for the State Council of Coordinators. And we have been working together with all of these people to make this happen. These are our committee heads. Honorable Julate, she oversees the executive evaluation for the council committee on executive evaluation, which is the NEC. And then she also is the eye for the almost like the council watchdog doing our sections. And here is Honorable Mao from Mao from Shanghai City, and he served as the committee head for the presidential evaluation. And next is Honorable Celsus. He also served as the committee head for the council committee on program and planning and evaluation. And then also next is Honorable Alexander D. Joel. He is one of the outstanding members of the council, and he has been doing a wonderful job and commitment. So he served as the council audit and committee evaluation head. And this is Honorable John Tawitwala. He has been he's our welfare evaluation head, and also the council committee on academic excellence, Honorable Albert Benedict, who has been doing a great job. So therefore, this executive summary, this report outlines the undertakings, the accomplishment, and challenges of the State Council for the frame of October to December. And the key activities, we convened 3 general sittings, and we prepared the proposed budget hearing. We also oversee that, and the confirmation hearing for most of the appointments from His Excellency Orlando Tiablo. And the significant achievements for the overview part, the confirmation of the presidential appointees. That was a bit of challenge for the second quarter, but we managed to greatly achieve that. The critical review for a proposed budget, and the critical review for a bill that was put on the table. And the challenges and commitment we've had, challenges and commitment basically focus on the time conflicts and for this budget hearing, and also the low attendance of monthly general COC members attendance. Mostly we have about 20 council members, but we usually have about 10 people attending most of our sessions. So I call them the committee fee. Okay, next. I want everyone to understand that the Council of Coordinators has a mandate, and that mandate is to basically serve as the watchdog of LSUIC, and to basically keep an eye on what the leadership will be doing and also help the leadership in whatever way we can when it comes to efforts that will bring growth to the union. So the mandate for the State Council of Coordinators inducted on August 13, uh, is mandated to coordinate and provide oversight for all activities of the Liberian student here in China, ensuring smooth operation across all its arms. So that's our mandate, and we are total of 21. The vice president made us 21. We have had three general assemblies. Assembly 1 was held on October 1st. Assembly 2 was the third assembly rather was held on October 1st, which is the first assembly for the second quarter. And the fourth sitting was also heard on November 5th, which is the second sitting for the second quarter. And the last sitting for the second quarter was held on December 3rd, which is our fifth sitting so far. So the highlights points for the second quarter, which was mostly presided over by me due to the busy schedule of our honorable vice president. Um, we have few things, many things discussed, but few of the things that were discussed, I outlined 9 of them, which I consider very important to the growth of LSUIC. The review of the budget breakdown from last quarter that was submitted to the honorable body. We reviewed that and we gave our feedback to the Honorable National Financial Secretary General. And for the NC, they copied us a CC letter for the resignation of Honorable Luke, who was the head of the JB. That was also considered. And the discussion on the council projects and program, that was some things that were also discussed as well. How can we be more than just the confirmation body, but to also bring positivity to LSUIC in programs that we can design to help students get better and even to make the councilmen themselves and women themselves better. So outstanding council member of the first quarter that was also awarded to Honorable Celsus Jobo. He was awarded as our outstanding council of the first outstanding councilman of the first quarter. And the next number 5 is a statement from the Honorable Vice President. She came in to cool off some tensions that was between the National Financial Secretary General and that of the COC, encouraging us to support the efforts of the National Financial Secretary General instead of tearing it down. And the review of the Students' Sustainability and Partnership Bill proposed by Honorable Tyler Bichi. So this bill will be explained in detail later, but let me just go to number 7. Review of the constitutional review points by previous and current council. So what we did was that we tried to review both points. The previous council, on the leadership of Honorable Flumbo, they drafted some points for amending the constitution that they did not that was submitted to the previous president, but then they did not take action on it. So this time they gave us those points and we added our points to it and we submitted to the Constitutional Review Committee as well. So decision on the proposed budget defended by Honorable Noah. So that decision was that instead of us telling him that no, it is rejected, we actually gave some points that he could include for improvement on the budget so that it could be the standard that we have set as a body. And feedback from the letter submitted to the audit committee, we submitted a letter to the audit committee asking them to give us how far they have gone because they were one of the first body to be confirmed where they are now with their confirmation, and that will also be discussed. So the council's accomplishments, the accomplishment for the number 1, we convened 3 assemblies, like I said earlier, and 1 general meeting. We conducted several confirmations, a lot of them, in fact, and we also had overwhelming support for the student sustainability bill. And we also held the first public budget hearing and strengthened coordination with professional and city leadership. So the next item on our agenda here is the confirmation hearing. So the audit and constitutional review committee, we had some members who were appointed. and we confirmed them, and also members from the JB who were also appointed. That's not mentioned here, but we also confirmed them. And the Press and Public Affairs Committee was also confirmed, and many members from the city president's appointment were also being confirmed. So our budget oversight and the public hearing. So for the sake of transparency, previous leaders would have the budget hearing behind closed door, but I made it very clear to Honorable Tiablo, His Excellency, that the budget from during our term of being in the sixth council, we will have all budget hearing public because I believe that the students deserve transparency and know how and when and where the money is going. If they will pay their dues, we should know that things in China can be tough for some people, but we want to make sure that money is going to the right place. And we need a format that will help students know that, well, if I pay my 1 cent, it is going to this cost. Instead of them guessing and they asking, what has the union done for me or what's the union doing for me? So on that note, when the budget hearing was held on November 30th, we told the Honorable Secretary General that we were not happy with the presentation firstly, and we also told the Honorable Financial Secretary General that some improvements were to be made, and we communicated with him in a letter telling him those places that we wanted to be improved upon. And they did that and sent it back to us. And one problem we've had over a period of time is the conflict of time because we know we all came here purposely for education. And if we are to coordinate ourselves through a student body, we have to basically focus on our education too. So he was going through a very tough period of focusing on his research work. And so we had some conflict of time and when he will be available for such presentation. And he made himself available one time and we did that. And then we're still hoping that he'll be available soon as possible so that we can have the second hearing and look at what they have submitted to us. And based on what they have submitted to us, if it meets the standard of which we have put before them numerous times, then that budget will be passed. The council has no reason for not passing a budget that is clear, that is independent, that has no lapses in it, and that has no dark room in it for which students would doubt the budget. So, we had a legislation on the table, and I will spend some more time on this legislation because it is quite important. So, I submitted a bill to the council, and the bill uh, it contains some information about student sustainability and partnership. LSUIC over the years, over 20 years of existence, has only been focused on students' due and money they can get from begging, asking people to help. So how can we make LSUIC an independent body to some extent that we can sustain ourselves? Because sustainability in this modern world is very important. So what I propose to the body, and with the support of not almost, but everyone, was that let us pass this bill or improve upon this bill so that we can have a framework that LSCC can use as a partnership framework for companies within China and outside of China. And with that, what I mean is that this bill will be able to create a platform for internship, job employment, and also help students get some money in their pocket. What do I mean by that? Let's take, for example, when this is established as a register and a registered committee or whatever we want to name it under the guidance of LSUIC, we will be able to see that students who when we apply for contracts from these companies, because the fact of the matter here is that we have so many talents here. And I don't believe that Liberian companies should be going outside of the scope of Liberians to go to India and other places to get to hire people. The reason to do that is because they have not tested so many Liberian talents. Let's take, for example, Honorable Tiablo himself. He has an IT background. And he's very good. I've seen some of his projects, some of the work he has done, and some of the many certificates he has. Okay, but how can these certificates be translated to real practical things that people can see, even though it has been translated to some extent in China, but it has to go beyond China. So what this bill will do is that it will create a platform that when LSUIC goes to this company and say we have this amount of students specialized in IT, this amount of students specialized in um the engineering or mechanical engineering, this amount of students specialized in water treatment. So with that database, we can be able to send it out to these people and tell them, what do you have that we can do for you? Okay. And based on that, when they say, well, we have a contract here that maybe would need 5 students, we look for students who open the platform for students to apply and choose the best students who we think can actually make that project come to life. And if that project comes to life, whatsoever form that will come from that project, if LSUIC say, well, under this bill, it says that 40/60 or 30/70. 30% goes to LSUIC and 70% goes to those 5 students. So even if the contract that they will win from whatsoever organization states that it is 100,000 for that contract, LSUIC will give them their 70% because they work for it, they deserve it. Now, secondly, what this bill will do is that after the job that has been done by those students, the company will be very smart enough to know that, well, if these students can do this work effectively, we should not let them go. So it will open, a way for employment. It will create opportunities for employment. And that way, even if it's an internship opportunity, when you get on an internship job, you know that it is your obligation to be at your best behavior and perform excellently. So this bill will also provide that. So why giving money to LSUIC, putting money in students' pocket, creating job opportunities and creating internship opportunities, this bill will be able to sustain LSUIC in a way that we've never thought about. Is it a complex bill? Even when we discuss it in the I mean in our Congress, yes, it is a complex bill. But we have to find a way to work with the NEC and other bodies of LSUIC that might be interested in it to see how we can solidify it. When I think about LSUIC, I don't think about me because I might be on my way out soon. Okay, but what about these young people who will come after us? What can they stand on? Should we repeat LSVRC in the same cycle of due payment, due payment, due payment, or we should start finding more creative ways under the leadership of Orlando Tiablo and people to come after him to find more creative ways so that this union can be sustainable. Let us use the talent we have. We have many brilliant minds that comes to China to study. And some of these kids, when you see what they do, is very brilliant. I was talking to one other kid the other day, and he's into AI and machine learning. And from the way he was talking, it's like he knows his stuff. Okay, so how can we tap into those talents instead of us asking these students for funds every day? I think it's time for us to be more creative. So that's what this bill would do. It is an octagon bill that has so many points that we can benefit from. But I think one thing that we can do is to find a way so that this bill cannot be monopolized. What I mean by that is that Obama might be the right president and might have his integrity intact. But if we have a president who who may not have his integrity intact, he might definitely manipulate it and only choose people who he think will get him caught. After students do certain contract for certain company, then he say, oh, you all gotta get me caught before I get your mark. You see that? So like that, we have to find a way to close it up so that if it requires 10 signatures, you cannot pass through 10 people easily. Somebody will say no, and what will be done to people like that? And if we have to bring the embassy into it or people who we think can solidify this bill into it, then we can bring them into it so that it can be stronger. We have too many talents in China that when they go back home, they end up being teachers, they end up being into spaces that people are not seeing them because we don't have a platform to market them. Everything now in the world is about marketing and branding. If we don't bring our students here, nobody will bring them. And His Excellency is trying his best to at least put us out there. But how can we solidify ourselves? So with not talking so much, this is what this bill will do. And it will be submitted to the NEC this week so that they can review it themselves and also call all the brilliant minds on board, like the head of the academic excellence committee so that he can bring his own one and two into it. Because when I was talking to him doing his confirmation, he mentioned something like that. And I was like, you know what? I had something like that already. So how can we bring that idea together and make the most of it? So we have talent that is being wasted. And I think we have to start making use of our talents now. And then for the provincial accomplishment, these are the provinces that submitted their report. And one problem we've had with the Council of Coordinator is that, Mr. President, most of the people you have appointed do not want to turn up for what they sign up for, which of course I found very, very, confusing. If you know that you won't commit to something, don't sign up for it. Okay, don't hold a title and a position hanging behind you, and then you don't want to do the job that it comes along with. Everybody is volunteering in LSUIC, but at least show up and do what you sign up for. The 1 hour, I mean, like 2, 3 hours every month, like once a month. Is this something that you're gonna sign up for? So these are people who submitted. Out of 20 people, we only have 8 people that have submitted. So for the first Amway province, which is my province, we had few developments here. And we have recognized 2 cities with library students in it, and each city has 5 students. Huffy City and Woohoo City. And both cities hosted their first ever program, which was the meet and greet and that of the Christmas celebration combined. So that's what we have done. And what we are trying to do now is to get members to sign up for LSUIC. But these members are asking the same old question. What can LSE do for me, or what will it do for me? So I think with the creative minds we have, we can start to think about what we can do for our students. And the next, and by the way, Amway, it is the very first time for Amway to even have a local chapter called Huffy Union of Librarian Students and Woohoo Union of Librarian Students, and each have only 5 members. Okay, Jiangsu Province, under the leadership of Alexander D. Joe, he has had a lot of programs. Okay. He has been doing very well. They had a meet and greet, campus outreach, and year-end celebrations. And then appointment of key officials. And his report he sent to me was very impressive. I was very impressed with that. Establishment of the provincial program committee. They also have that. And they are very serious people in that province. And I want to say congratulations to him. And he looks like a potential candidate for our outstanding coordinator of the second quarter. He could be one of the candidates when we go to votes, because I will personally nominate him for that. In preparation for the 2026 provincial conference in Nantong, they even want to host their own provincial conference to tell you how serious they are in Jiangsu. Congratulations to you, Honorable Alexander B. Joe. Guangdong Province, they also have Honorable Angeline P. Tiwi rather, and she has been doing well also. They have had a meet and greet. They also had leadership coordinating and program implementations. They have also enhanced visibility among students and definitely strengthening membership and networking. So I have talked to her and I want her to do more. Call people. There are some students who are dormant, but as soon as you call them and you start to work with them, they become active. And next we have Hilong Tia Province by Honorable Celsus. He's the head there, Honorable Celsus J. Jobber. Honorable Celsus, he's the winner of our the first quarter outstanding coordinator, and he has been doing very well. He attends almost every session, contributes a lot. If you ask many of the confirmees who went for confirmation, they will tell you that Honorable Celso asked them questions. So he's a very active member. And in his province, he has two cities that have been recognized already with active leadership. And they have one more city, which is say Tiamusi City. And in that city, he has identified 8 students, and he's hoping to establish a leadership there too as well. But there's no leadership structure in that province yet. And then we also have Jiangxi Province by Honorable Leslot Bondo. Leslot just came to the council quite recently, and he has been doing well too as well. So we say that they have recognized they have a recognition of other librarians from other cities. And we also have getting people to register. He's got people to register. He has successfully hosted a meet and greet, and he's also doing well there. Okay, so the next thing, then the next province we have here is Honorable Edwina M. Kole from Hunan. And she has been working very hard too as well. She is also one of those members who also come for meeting quite often. Uh, New students welcome and inauguration. They had that leadership induction. They also had that organized Christmas party and sports events. They had that and strategic meetings for campus engagement. They also had that and the structure for contribution, right? So they also organize a contribution scheme so that they can be able to contribute for just in case somebody needs help. And I think that's very important because as a librarian community, we have to be able to support each other. And I think that's the idea that she has put on the table. And for Chongqing, which is a municipality, not a province, um, uh, Honorable Kurman Jala. He is the head of that municipality, Chongqing, where Honorable Nathaniel is from. They had a meet and greet. They had a celebration for members' birthday as well, and they also have municipality leadership established there. And they had a yearly celebration quite recently for the second quarter. And Xinjiang province, where Honorable John Tawi Twala is, they've had their own November 26th, November 29th, rather, celebration there in Hangzhou City. And they had a provincial year-end ceremony in Tianjin City. And they also had a mandatory general and executive meetings on their wives too as well. So lastly, we have the Hubei province. Honorable Verma Sherman, she's the head and she's the coordinator there. And they had a successful inauguration for the year students there, and they had the welcome ceremony for the new students. They also had outstanding recognition for culture festival in the two universities there, Hangzhou University of Science and Technology and the HBTU. And in-person leadership meeting too as well. That's something that they try to do very often. And they also have the continuous communication between students as well. So earlier I told you these are coordinators who have submitted in the green and those who did not submit their report here. I want you to look at these names very, very, very carefully. The reason I'm telling you that is because most of the coordinators you see who are in the green are those ones that always come for most of the time. Like let me just say, me, I'm always there. On a retardable she is always there. Celsus is always there. On the Alexander is always there. Honorable Angeline is there too as well. And Honorable Edwina, she also comes very frequently. Honorable Leslot, he's been coming very frequently despite he's very new. Honorable Komajala, he's also been coming, not as frequently, but Honorable Verma, she's always there. And Honorable John Twala, he also been there too as well. But one thing I would want to say to these people in red, these are people who, from the exception of Honorable Julate and Honorable Thompson, Honorable Thompson, who is the coordinating secretary general, who have always been part of every meeting. These two people, they are here because they did not submit their report, and they are the COC2 and COC3. So, under my leadership, if you don't support it to submit your report, I would definitely put you in the red zone. So these are people who, but I can tell you that the rest of the people here, they do not come for leadership meeting at all. They do not come for the council meeting at all. And when it comes to dating after many, many months before they even show up again. So I want you to look at these cities. If you're from these cities, if you're presidents from these provinces, ask your coordinator why he or she is not coming for a meeting so that you can have an idea. Because under the statute of the council, we are very clear that if you won't come for meeting, tell us why you're not coming for meeting. But some of them have refused to come for meeting and without giving an excuse. And the last time I even had to publish the names of people who are not coming for meeting at all. And if you look at the document that I submitted, you will find that these names are also repeated there. So it tells you clearly that these people, maybe they don't want to work or they don't want a position or they want a position without doing the work. So that will be up to the president to take his decision. But I think I will encourage them more and more to come because if you sign up something as a man, as a woman, of your word. Try to keep it, try to commit to it. Even if you have excuses, give it ahead of time. So lastly, we have some challenges. And one of the challenges we've had is contact difficulty. So what I mean by that, if the president appoints somebody, we try to reach out to them uh, for the documents. And sometimes contacting these people becomes very difficult. The honorable coordinator, the Secretary General, he will reach out to them many times and they won't reply. Some of them maybe feel like he's a guy and maybe he's a female, then she thinks that he's want to come into her DM and maybe bring some unnecessary discussions. Sometimes it just takes very longer time to get them. And when they will get them at a very dying moment, then they say, well, oh, I was this busy, I was that, and I was there. So that's the challenge, one of the challenge we've had. And another challenge is communication delay. When we even get them and we ask them for their CV or whatsoever, they will lead delay until sometimes 2, 3 hours to the confirmation hearing before they even send this CV. And sometimes we even have to go ahead and have the confirmation without the CV so that at the end of the day, the confirmation can be done and they can be able to send the CV before we can even put out the results. And so, Mr. President, sometimes when the result delay, these are some of the reasons the result delay because people don't want to send it. And if you don't send your CV, I won't put out any results for you. Even if the council votes for you, I won't put up any results for you because we want to see all the documents, make sure it's intact before we can actually release whatsoever. And then the non-compliance, a few appointees, deliberately refuse to attend their hearing despite timely notice. So some of these appointees do not even show up, and they don't show up with no excuse. And sometimes we have to reschedule another confirmation for them again. So the council members are already, having their own student matters, having their own situations. But then when they have the time to do the confirmation, you're not showing up. So you're not even giving an excuse why you're not showing up in the first place. So that has been one of the major challenges that we have had. And lastly, attending sessions. Like I said earlier, most of our councilmen and women do not want to attend sessions. Now, the council has a general session once every month, the first Wednesday in every month. And even today, I noticed that some of the coordinators, they even have their own local meetings on the first Wednesday of every month. Like, why would you do that when you know that you have your general assembly on that time, and you are the head for that province? So I think if you if you're the person, I can't remember who I saw it with, but if you're the person I'm talking to, try to adjust that. You cannot have your congressional meeting on the first Wednesday of every month, then you also have your local provincial, leadership meeting on that same time. It doesn't make sense, especially when it is in the evening hour. So please try to adjust that. And the way forward, for the submission of the way forward, firstly, we want to submit the student sustainability and partnership bill to the NEC for review and confirmation if it makes sense to them. And if it's something that we can achieve together as a body, because like from the last quarter, I was very clear that this council is not a council that has come to tear down the leadership. Despite we have differences, we still have to understand that we have to support each other so that we can be able to achieve the good for students and not to come and tear down and undermine the efforts of the current leadership. Yes, we may have our own disagreements. Like the last time when I went hard on the National Financial Secretary General, the Honorable National Vice President called me to check and said, Mr. Coordinator, I mean, I think that was too much. And I recognized that and I said, okay. So sometimes we all go off track, but at least we should be able to support the agenda of the leadership. If you have problem with the agenda, you call the president on it. I have problem with this agenda. The next thing is the implementation of that bill. And if that bill is passed, it will have to be implemented. Whatsoever committee that the president is supposed to set up, it will be set up. If he wants the bill to be immersed with an existing committee, then we'll also look at that. Follow up on the constitutional and audit report. We will be summarizing that or recording And the Honorable Vice President said I should not use summary. This is too harsh. We will be actually calling on the head of the Constitution and Audit Review Committee to ask them for update and how far they are gone with the entire process as soon as possible. Because that was one of the things we told them, that they will be accountable and we'll call them anytime we want. So follow up on LSUIC committees, but COC oversight committees. So the various oversight committees are listed from the very start. These committees will be going ahead, and committee head, this oversight head will be going ahead and meeting you committee leaders for updates from this second quarter. Even if the Honorable Secretary General present what you've done for the second quarter, we need a hard copy of those reports that you submitted to the Honorable Secretary General so that we can see what you have done for ourselves. And if we have any question, we will definitely call you to have a discussion with you. And strengthening professional leadership engagement. What I mean by that is that we will be pressing on all of our coordinators within the State Council to have a structure. Even at my own province here, Anhui province, because of the number of students here, I'm still having difficulty getting the structure together. And after this second quarter, this third quarter, is when I'm hoping that we can actually be able to put that provincial structure together now that we have 2 cities. And if there's a third city that will come up as soon as possible, they will be added to the list too as well. So to all of the coordinators, if you are listening, please try your best to reach out to these cities. If you don't know which city is in your province, get on ChatGPT, get on Google, which city is in LSUIC province. It will give you the list of the cities. From there, you reach out to the Secretary General and ask him, who do you know that are in these cities? He will say this person, that person, this person. If that doesn't work, take your city names, post it into the group and ask who is from this city, who is from this city, who is from this city. And people will say, oh, I'm from this city, or I know somebody from that city. Then that way you get a contact person, and you guys can start this entire process of establishing a local chapter within that area. And then improve communication, documentation, and coordination with people that we will be reaching out to and among ourselves too as well. So for conclusion, I would like to read this very quickly. The second quarter of the State Council of Coordinators shows meaningful strides in how we govern ourselves, operate openly, and build stronger institutions. We know there is still work to be done, but the council has improved its dedication to fulfilling its responsibility and genuinely serving Liberian students through our channel. Moving forward into the next quarter, our priorities will center on strengthening our leadership framework, improving how LSUIC handle and reports finances, and creating better ways to improve student lives. Our goal is simple: to ensure that LSUIC remains a reliable and trustworthy organization that truly represents what Liberian students in China hope for and need. And to the point where I say here that handle finances, reporting finances. I'm still on the back of the National Financial Secretary General and that of the NEC, because during his campaign and he promised to bring or establish a stronger financial system, which I think is still under construction. And we will work with him so that we can still establish this stronger financial system. Like I say every time, if students are paying their money, they deserve to know where the money is going and how it is being spent. And if you cannot, until you can explain that to the council before the bill will be passed. So on that note, I would like to say thanks to everyone. And these are all of my honorable people within the council executive leadership. And thank you. And if you have any questions, I'm open to it.
Thank you so much, Honorable COC1, for your presentation. Now you can stick around. The floor is open for questions, comments, suggestions to the council. If you want to do so, kind of just use the feature of raising your hand, and then we'll recognize you to ask a question. So we see the hand of the co-chair on the President Public Affairs Committee, Honorable Victor B. Warren. You can kindly unmute yourself and proceed.
Thank you, His Excellency. So I would like to ask the Honorable COC one just a question. It's very simple because from your opening statement, I think you, if I'm not mistaken, you stated that the presidential appointments are giving the people challenge. So, and in my own thought, I believe that the president believes in people he appoints and he know their capabilities, he know their strengths before appointing them. So what are those challenges that you are facing with these presidential appointees? Thank you.
Yeah, to answer that question very quickly, when I was going over the challenges, I clearly stated some of them. Well, when I say challenges, it's kind of relatively. It's not from a systematic approach. The appointees sometimes we have difficulty contacting them, first of all. And in most of the communication that he may send to them, he will say that the council will contact you. He didn't say who will contact you, right? The person actually. And most of the time, our coordinating secretary general or people who are head of those committees will contact them because we have standing committees within the council. And the standing committees have the head of the committee, the secretary general, and the deputy head. So if the secretary general contacts the president, some people might think that, some people don't just confirm anybody like that. So that's one of the difficulty we have, getting them firstly. I can still remember Honorable Verma, Verma Sherman, she will complain, she'll reach out to me, not complaining, but telling me that, Honorable, I'm trying to contact this person. I've been contacting them for a week or two now, and they're not responding. And sometimes I have to contact the Honorable President and say, please contact the person for us before they can reach out. When you reach out to them, then they get back to us and say, oh yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't know who it was, and blah, 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 and everything. And sometimes we ask them for the CV, the delay in, sending the CV forward. And even with the compliance when it comes to attending the confirmation, we don't have no reason. We have no reason for postponing confirmation because I try to be very strict, but many people can talk to you and say, "Oh, man, try to be flexible," and then you just be like, "You know what? I'll be strict forever." No, I don't think that's a nice approach. So what I try to do is to be as flexible as I can be, especially when the vice president says so. So we try to be flexible in that we relax, and when they send whatsoever time, we try our best to be able to go forward because the president wants people to serve. And if we don't have president in certain cities, which means there'll be no library student organization within that city. So what we try to do is that we try to make sure that we bear with them, and even if they don't attend, like some of them will attend some of them won't attend rather, and they won't tell us the reason why they are not attending. But then we will have to put them on the next confirmation bench again. So some people have been there twice on different confirmation bench. Sometimes it's not even their confirmation time, but we still bring them in so that we can be able to confirm them. So that's the flexibility I'm talking about, and that's some of the troubles I've been talking about when it comes to the city president, because we have confirmed more city presidents than ending other committee.
All right. Thank you. And let's try to keep the responses very short. We still have more presentations or reporting to do. The hand of Honorable Wilson is up. You can proceed. You are muted.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President, for the recognition. Thank you so much, Honorable COC1. That was really, really, really impressive. Your report was quite understood. I just have this short point, maybe it's a question or something. You did mention about the establishment of the SSPB, that's the Student Sustainability Partnership Bill. Looking at the current visa policy of uh, China and getting some of the scholars that you said going to partner with some of these companies to do some work and other things. Don't you think it's going to affect these scholars in terms of, because you know that being a student in China, the visa policy like don't allow students to work. So don't you think some of these things going to cause problem for scholars within the union?
Yeah, personally, I would like to say that the focus of this bill is not just for China, it's Liberia. Okay, and what we intend to do is to create a platform that will market the brains we have here, because people are uncertain when they go back home and they don't know where to start from. Some of them end up going into high school despite they have master's degree in maybe some mechanics or IT, and they don't have anywhere to start from. So that's the reason why we are forwarding the bill to the executive, and the honorable president will look at that. And if the council cannot solve all of the problems within the bill. That's the reason why we need the NEC on board to see how best we can be able to pitch the idea. I can tell you very firmly that when the bill was proposed, Honorable Mao came and he brought very, very salient ideas and salient points and salient questions. And all of those questions were taken into consideration for improvement. So the bill is not personally for China, but if we have opportunities in China, I believe we will find a way to go about it and be able to handle that. Despite Chinese companies, but we should also remember that most of all we work in laboratories within our schools and we have our own experiments to run. So based on how we will design it, we might be able to integrate it into our own schoolwork, in our own coursework, so that we can be able to, let's take for example, if a company needs a statistic using an HPLC or a high resolution technology, and if I have that in my laboratory, definitely I will run it there because I have authority there. Okay, so I think that's what exactly I mean. So if we have Chinese company in China here that are in Liberia, we can be able to, use that as a means to get our students on board there. So even if those students want to volunteer here in China, we also want to reach out to the leadership, reach out to the embassy, and find a way to, solve the issue of the visa problem and for internship and everything. It's not easy. It's not an easy thing, but I believe we can do it.
Okay, so lastly, we will take the city president of Wuhan, and he'll be the last person, and then we take a motion to either accept this report or not. Honorable Gaje?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. Honestly, I must use this opportunity to appreciate the COC1 and team for job well done, having sat quietly and listening to all of those presentations. We must say thank you. All right. And of all of those good things listed, one thing that captivated my attention is that which has to do with this student sustainability plan. All right, that's a very good one because even I myself, I had series of engagements with students, and most of them will ask like, "What is the student leadership doing for us here? We pay due, we do this before, and we didn't see anything." So that even affecting their participation, that boils down to contribution. All right. So considering the sustainability plan, it is something once it succeeds for just this leadership or to be enacted as a traditional program or initiative for the union for a lifetime.
All right, thank you.
Okay,
Let's take it quickly.
Okay, to just answer that real quick, this is something that we are going to make sure that it goes into the Constitution and it will be enshrined as a law. And like I told the Honorable President, Honorable Orlando, that every good thing that this leadership will do, we should make sure that it is a law so that it cannot be overrun and be forgotten by other leaders that will come after us. So it will be enshrined into the Constitution. It will be considered. Even the ways to even get on these opportunities will also be there by merit or by, preference or whatsoever means we want. But I think I will support the merit-based means of getting on these opportunities for students who meet the qualifications.
Okay. Honorable Vala, is there any motion from you or information or whatever?
Yeah, I just want to make a comment and ask one question. Thank you, Honorable Chie, Your report shows that you have the passion for the work that you are doing, and I also see decentralization in your from your report, and I just feel that people are working, and all you need to do, I think you need to also encourage those who are not active. You could also use other means to see how best they can function well as well. So I think that is also part of your leadership role. And in terms of the sustainability plan, I want to know, do you have a timeline, and how soon do you hope to implement this project?
Thanks a lot, Honorable COC2. This is a very large, COC2 rather, for JB, sorry. Oh, my bad. Honorable Paolo, thanks for that question. This is something that we are not doing it for our immediate benefit. So this third quarter, by the end of this third quarter, I want it to be out and make sure that the foundation is established so that we can find a way as a team, the JB, the NEC, and everyone, all the arms of LSUIC, come together with their own ideas to see how best we can, make it a solid thing. So it is not a rush for us to get it out and be like, oh, we did this or we did that. No, I want it to be done for the benefit of the students who will come after us. In fact, I'm not even looking at us right now. So it is something that should be completed by the end of this quarter. And I have already earmarked people who will be improving on that. And when it's submitted to the honorable president and his team, they will also get on board and see if they buy the idea or it's something that they can improve upon too as well. So by the end of this quarter, this coming quarter, this is third quarter, it should be up.
All
All
right.
right, thank you.
Now let's open the floor for a motion to accept the report, or the report needs correction, and then later on acceptance. If you are following and you have listened to the reporting, if you have any objection of acceptance to the report or rejection, you can state a claim so that we allow the honorable man to leave his virtual podium. Honorable Chair, you
Can
are.
I do?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm so moved that the report just been given by the Honorable COC man be accepted by this normal body so that it can be used in future reference. If I
Okay,
can
anyone?
obtain a second.
All right.
I
Anyone want a second?
RG Emmanuel Junior, so second.
All
Oh,
right. Thank you
sorry, I
so
was
much.
not recognized.
All right. Thank you. Honorable Chair, thank you for your presentation. You are officially off the visual podium. You can keep following. Probably you'll be informed on other decisions or other discussions. So up
My pleasure.
next is reporting of the National Secretariat, headed by Honorable C. Nathaniel Willie II. He'll be reporting on behalf of the Secretariat. Honorable, if you are there, kindly speak so that
All
we can
right.
confirm.
Yeah, thank you.
If may, please, can you also open your camera?
Yes, I'm about to do that.
All right, thank you. You can
Okay,
continue.
thank you so much, Mr. President, and good evening, LSUIC, wherever you are joining us from. My name is C. Nathaniel Woolley II. If I'm clear enough, can you just say something in the chat so that I can know that my audio is perfect? Okay, so good evening, LSUIC. For the next few minutes, we will run through our second quarter report, and I beg your indulgence to So kind of bear with me because we have 23 plus cities report that we will need to cover, as well as the National Secretariat's update. Thanks to our national president for the job well done. This is the first time in the history of LSUIC to have 30 plus city presidents and 20 plus coordinators appointed. And these leaders has been doing a tremendous work across the union from all cities. So beginning with all right, so quickly, I'll just introduce to us the National Secretary on my stewardship by the grace of God and the deputy as well. So these are men and women's leaders that have been working to ensure that the objective of the union is achieved at the level of the city. So I'm seeing Nathaniel Willie, Honorable Wilson is the deputy, and Honorable Bondo is the Secretary General for Huan City, Honorable Kemuka from Zhengzhou, Honorable Mentor from Suzhou, Honorable Vani from Jinai, Honorable Dixon from Shanghai, Honorable Mambuk from Shanxi Province, Honorable Johnson from Zhenjiang Province, Honorable Weefo from Guiyang, Honorable Harris from Nanton. We have Honorable Lusna from Hangzhou and Honorable Jalo from Suzhou. So this report will cover few key areas. Beginning with will be the quarterly achievements at the level of the city and that of the secretariat. And then we will catalog few challenges that we've been confronted with over the period of the 3 months that we refer to as quarter. And then we will talk about some recommendations and that of some membership statistics. So this report provides a structural overview of the key activities, outcomes, and operational challenges of the Liberian Student Union in China during the second phase of the 2025-2026 fiscal leadership cycle. And its objective is to actually keep members, veterans, and that of relevant stakeholders informed about the union's progress in enhancing digital records management, improving communication framework, and then fostering inclusive governance. So we will capture major activities across the cities, and we will talk about some of the challenges that the cities are currently confronted with and strategies to tackle most of those challenges that they mentioned. So beginning with will be Nanton City. So over the 3 months period that we refer to as quarter, Nanton have had or really achieved a lot, beginning with their meet and greet, membership, statistics. They work tirelessly to ensure that membership grow from 21 to 25, and that reflects their improved engagement and outreach. They conducted some campus outreach visit to the Nanton Vocational University and that of the Nanton University. And then they identify key student welfare concerns, particularly Chinese language barriers, and some of the challenges that they were confronted with is limited financial resources affecting activity skills and consistency, and uneven student participation across different campuses, and communication gaps among students in multiple institutions. So what are some of their strategies to address these challenges? They intend to improve information flow through official communication platforms. They intend to introduce flexible and inclusive programming and accommodate students' shared use. And the second city or municipality is Shanghai. Shanghai account for some major achievements, and some of those were successful welcoming and integrated new students, provided comprehensive settlement and welfare support, active participated in major cultural and social activities and events, and what have you. And then they also talk about some challenges that they were confronted with, and that is student departure for reducing some overall participation, low turnout for some year-end parties, and so forth. And then we'll move to the next city. I'm so sorry about this. It's my internet. Oh my God.
All right, so while we are waiting the National Secretary General to rejoin, kindly send the invite to some of your friends so that they also can be informed as to
Am
what's
I being heard?
happening. Yes, we can hear you.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, sorry, my other device just went off, so I'll just use my phone. So until it can come on, we'll just proceed from my end, and then I'll share later on. So the next city that we have captured is Suzhou City, and Suzhou achieved few key activities over the period of Q2. That has to do with successful hosting of soccer match and induction ceremony on October 17 at the Shaanxi campus. Over 70 participants attended, some national leaders, provincial leaders, leaders and international guests. And they also conducted consistent academic and social activities, including research seminars, movie nights, game nights, and monthly union meetings. And then some challenges. Okay, let me just project on the side. All right, some challenges was unfavorable weather conditions. That we all know that we are confronted with winter right now, and limited financial resources constraint programming that affected our programming scope. And then due to compliance challenges affecting the union revenues and coordination difficulties, like they mentioned. And then some of the challenges, some strategies to tackle these challenges include development of committees plans to improve the execution of programs, the strengthened members' participation, engagement mechanism, and so forth. And then we move to Changsha City. Changsha over the period of the second quarter.
Honorable SG, sorry. I saw Honorable Wilson sharing, but I think he stopped because you talk about sharing. So, Honorable Wilson, you can kind of reshare the report while he's also going ahead. Yeah,
Okay,
you can go
Mr.
ahead.
President.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
the
right
way
now,
you can.
thank you.
You start sharing already?
No, share,
Yes.
please.
Yeah.
I think you can see my screen now, right?
Not yet.
Yes.
But I will just proceed while it's loading. All right, so for Changsha, they had a successful induction of new city leaders and students in November of last year. And then they work to strengthen coordination and unity through regular leadership meetings or engagement. They also organize Christmas gatherings to reinforce community bonding and solidarity. And then they maintain student leadership presence across the city. And then some of their challenges were Chinese language barrier affecting their academics or the students in the city academics performance and data integration, and limited computer and research skills among some students, some financial constraint affecting student welfare and participation. So what do they intend to do going forward in this new year? They plan some computer literacy and research skills training initiatives to implement mental well-being and psychological support activities, to develop fundraising and innovation due to mobilization strategies. So that's what they intend to do. So we move to the next city, and that is Xi'an City. In Xi'an, there are few activities or achievement over the quarter, and that is the successful organization of academic writing workshop to strengthen research and academic skills. They provide effective visa renewal assistance to students facing immigration-related challenges. They also make work to ensuring that they contribute towards the emotional welfare of students, and they believe that those activities demonstrated some level of solidarity and that of compassion for students across the city. And then they also reinforce the union's role in academics, administrative, and psychosocial support. And then some of the challenges that they had over the period of the second quarter are some low students participation, which is obvious. We have seen this across all cities. Fundraising constraints. They said limited some execution of the year-end parties and other activities. Difficulties in balancing academic workload with extracurricular activities or engagement, and some limited financial sustainability for large-scale activity. And how do they intend to tackle some of these challenges that they mentioned? They intend to adopt some flexible planning an approach that will align with their academic calendar and prioritize low cost and high impact academics and welfare programs. They also intend to emphasize some sustainable financing and improve resource mobilization. And then we move to Guiyang City over the period of the second quarter. Guiyang recorded some activities, and they refer to the activities as the Unpacked Meet and Greet program. And that activity strengthened student integration in the city. They held some regular city level meetings to monitor students' welfare and academic progress. And they also appointed the city financial secretary to strengthen financial oversight and accountability. They also successfully organized the Guian Grand Extravaganza, and that extravaganza contribute towards the promotion of unity and in recognizing students' achievement. And some of the challenges that they were faced with over the period of the second quarter are inconsistent due collection because of limited financial capacity of students. They also said that financial constraint affecting the revenue mobilization of some long-term planning. And what are some of the strategies to address these challenges? They plan to adopt some student-sensitive approaches to dues collection and financial planning. And they plan to focus on some targeted student support initiatives that align with students' welfare needs. And they also plan to expand the campus engagement activities to sustain participation and visibility. So we move to the next city, which is Chiqua City. At the level of Chiqua City, they recorded few activities over the period of the second quarter. They implemented the Manjua loan scheme, and that scheme really contributed to students' challenges in China. And the amount of 45,000 RMB was disbursed to students that helped with their visa, helped with their tuition, and so much more. And then they participated in the November 29 national celebration in Hangzhou. And that celebration reinforced national unity, and they maintain active representation at the provincial and the national LSUIC level. And the next, few of the challenges that they were confronted with over the quarter has to do with low student participation at the level of the city, student dispute affecting cohesion, and delay in due payments impacting financial planning and program execution. And then what do they intend to do in tackling these challenges? They plan to introduce some flexible dues payment option to accommodate students' financial realities. They also plan to strengthen transparent communication through regular meetings and official platforms. They also plan to reinforce commitment to the 2026 activities that they have already planned. And then we move to G9. G9 City, over the period of the second quarter, conducted the campus tour throughout November 2025, engaging Liberian students across campuses and assessing students' welfare. And they successfully organized a Christmas cantata on December 20, 2025, and that activity fostered community bonding and cultural celebration. And they also established their official Facebook page, and that page is intended to enhance communication, visibility, and information dissemination for the union at the level of the city. And they also sustain leadership commitment to students' welfare, unity, and inclusion. So the full detail of the activities will be mentioned in a comprehensive report that will be shared on the platform later after today. These are just major happenings within the city that we just start to present to you tonight. So if you want to know more about some of the things that this city did, you can read the full report. So what are the future outlook? They intend to schedule some conflict affecting student participation because they believe that there are some conflict within the city or at the level of the city, and some of the issues that they are confronted with, we all know is the weather related issue, communication gaps, and so much more. What do they intend? How do they intend to tackle some of these issues? Is to strengthen fundraising initiative to improve financial capacity. So you can just move forward, Honorable Wilson, to move to Harbin City. So at the level of the city in Harbin, few of the achievement over the second quarter is that they maintain some commitment to students' unity, academic focus, and welfare of the students. They successfully organized a meet and greet program in early October of last year, and they also welcome oriented new students, focus on their life in China, and explain the role of LSUIC to them, and so forth, and also work to maintain the good health and moral standing of those new students that came in. A few of the challenges were limited students' participation due to academic demands that we all know, or financial constraint affecting engagement, um, particularly students' engagement towards the union, and small registration membership of 5 students. So what are some of the strategies to address these challenges? They plan to strengthen communication within the chapter coming this year, or this year we are already in, and they also plan to increase students' engagement. They plan to implement supportive academic and social activities, and they also plan to collaborate with the national union, that is the NEC or the national leadership. So at the level of Tajo City, what are those achievements over the period of Q2? At Tajo City, they worked to maintain their regular online meetings that they believe sustain communication and help to contribute towards the planning of the activities. And they also represented their chapter at the level of the provincial program that was held last year, October 29, and it was also celebrated in Hangzhou. And then they hosted the United Christian celebration on December 27, 2025, and also organized friendly football match that strengthened unity and sportsmanship. What are a few challenges that they were confronted with over the period of the quarter? Low student participation, limited awareness of LSUIC, and then gender imbalance, financial constraint. So what are strategies to address these challenges? They plan to strengthen partnership and implement low-cost activities, and they also plan to promote sustainable fundraising, and also plan to pursue inclusive recruitment strategies, and so forth. So moving forward to the next city is Hangzhou City. So at the level of Hangzhou, they successfully hosted their first in-person meeting, and that was Welcome Meet and Chill program that was held October 3rd, 2025. And they also participated in the meet and greet at the provincial level that was held in November on November 29, 2025, which included all of the city within that province. And then in that particular event was a celebration of our late president, William V.S. Stotman, during the program. There were sporting activities, the football, kickballs, award, and certification ceremony of city presidents, cultural refreshment session, and featuring Liberian scene. And then few of the challenges that the city faced over the period of the quarter is one of the obvious, which is the financial constraint, limited campus mobilization, and scheduling conflicts, and then low student participation and due compliance challenges. And what do they intend to do to tackle these challenges? They plan to postpone some of their planned activities, a campus tour, or their dinner that they planned last year for this new year. But before hosting it, they want to renew some of their strategies. They want to focus on developing some effective engagement strategies to increase students' interest and participation at the level of the city and the province or the provincial activities. So moving to one city, there are a few activities that was hosted in Wuhan during the second quarter. One to begin with is the successful conduct of the inauguration of the newly elected officials. They welcomed new Liberian students into the community. They actively participated in cultural fairs at the level of HUST and HBUT, and they also introduced their in-person executive meeting alongside regular online engagement to strengthen collaboration or coordination and communication. Two of the challenges that they were faced with are low attendance at the online meetings and weather-related issues that limited some effective campus visit or visitation. And how do they intend to tackle some of these challenges? They plan to adopt revised meeting schedules. They plan to increase the use of survey and social media. They also plan to strengthen collaboration with campus representatives. If you are still hearing me, can you please say something in the chat box that we are still following? Are we still following?
Yes, we are.
Am I being heard?
Yeah, we
Okay.
are following.
Okay, so moving forward to Yichan City, we will soon come as the the reporting. Moving to Yichang City, at the level of Yichang, they focus on strengthening student unity, welfare, and coordination with national leadership. They held their regular meetings to address student concerns, provide guardians, and promote collective responsibility. They provided welfare support to students facing academic, financial, and personal challenges, and they successfully hosted their city dinner on December 13, 2025, reinforcing unity in the sense of belonging. What are some of the challenges that they faced over the period of second quarter? That is limited financial resources, inconsistent students' participation, low dues compliance, and how do they intend to tackle or address these challenges? They intend to put in more effort to improve student participation, to focus on upholding the dignity and image of LSUIC at the level of the city, and seeking enhanced national support and a plan to improve communication framework at the level of the city. So we moved to Uchu City, and at the level of Uchu, they focused on supporting newly arrived students that to strengthen fellowship and maintain organizational continuity, and they also assisted students with visa processing, SIM registration, accommodations, and campus orientation. And they also organized fellowship activities to enhance social bonding. They successfully hosted a year-end dinner at the Wanda of Plaza in Uchud on the 28th of December 2025. And they also increased membership from 5 students with the arrival of 2 new students. So what are a few of the challenges? Uh, Low student participation or low student membership at the level of the union in the city, and then the financial constraint, language barrier, documentation issues, and how do they intend to address these challenges? They plan to strengthen welfare and fellowship activities. They plan to encourage due payments and student participation, and they also plan to resolve most of the documentation issues that students are confronted with, and they plan to deepen engagement with the national leadership at LSUIC. So moving to Wenzhou City. At the level of Wenzhou, there are 3 main activities or achievements over the period of quarter 2. Beginning with is they maintain the communication, their online communication via WeChat meeting, and they also focus on students' welfare updates and planning for future activities. They also prioritize academic success during the Christmas and New Year period. And one of the challenges that they were faced with is limited in-person engagement due to the cold weather, venue constraint, academic examination, and university regulations. And how do they intend to address that challenge is to secure an appropriate venue for regular gathering. And at Xinyang City, they strengthen student unity and accountability through coordination with provincial leadership. They maintain sustained engagement with members. They successfully hosted a year-end dinner reinforcing community bonds and morals. And 2 of the challenges that they were confronted with over the period of the quarter is delayed due payment, uneven students' participation. And how do they intend to address these challenges? They plan to address these challenges through consistent communication. They plan to use inclusive dialogue. They aim to improve participation by planning or enhancement of due compliance, that is reaching out to students, encouraging them to ensure that their dues are paid. And then they also plan to strengthen unity through better planning of activities that will fall in line with student schedule or academic schedules. So we move to the next city that has to do with my own city, Chengdu City. So at Chengdu City, there are a few achievements over the Q2, and that is the successful integrated approximately 10 new members in the Chengdu Junior Librarian student, and they also maintain effective communication through structured online meetings. They organize collective birthday celebration, and they successfully hosted the year-end party on December 27. One of the challenges that they were confronted with over the period of Q2 is limited participation due to academic demands. And how do they intend to address these challenges is they plan to commit to inclusive engagement and to continue member support moving to this new year that we are already in. And moving to Hainan City, at the level of the city, they successfully hosted a meet and greet event. They conducted a campus tour at the University of South China, and they expanded membership from 12 to 19 students, and that is a tremendous work. And then what are some of the challenges? Financial constraints, Chinese language barriers. How do they intend to address these challenges to provide basic language support for students and adopt better planning approaches? They plan to ensure that most of the provincial activity they are part of it, or they align with the activity, or the activity aligns with the provincial and the national programs. And they plan to commit to strengthening welfare initiative, establish some of the due system, encourage active participation throughout the city. So move fast forward is Guangzhou City. At the level of Guangzhou, they expanded membership from 10 to 17 students. They successfully hosted a meet and greet and a year-end celebration on December 27, 2025, the day that we all saw a lot of city hosting their programs across China, and that was quite impressive. And then what are some of the challenges that they are confronted with is financial constraint, communication challenges, challenges linked to academic pressure, challenges arising from city fast-paced environment, and how do they intend to address these challenges? They plan to strengthen welfare programming. They plan to pursue close alignment with the provincial and the national union as a whole, and uh, participate in most of the activities going forward. So move to Suzhou. Suzhou, the one with the X, spearheaded by the city mayor himself. So at the level of Suzhou City, we saw a successful conduct of membership draft and financial compliance outreach, and that took place between October 27th to the 23rd of 2025, which enabled 20 students to update their membership and gain clarity on dues, school standing, and the union's procedures. And not just that, but it also launched the academic tutorial programs on November 30, 2025, providing targeted support in mathematics and Chinese language 1 to 3. And they successfully ended the year with their year-end cultural and celebration event that took place on December 27, 2025. And few of the challenges at the level of the city includes limited resources, weather constraint, limited volunteer capacity, and so forth. And how do they intend to tackle these challenges? They plan to commit to sustain engagement. They plan to launch due awareness outreach again, and to also plan an award night in April of this year, and to continue their efforts in building responsible and supportive community for all Liberia students at the level of Suzhou City. So moving forward, we move to Nibo City. At Nibo City, they held a first in-person city meeting, and that was November 12th, 2025. They conducted an outreach visiting the Nibo University, and then they also participated in the regional activities at the level of Hangzhou City and Taizhou, coming together, and that activities were something that they really contributed a lot to. And then they also ensured over the period of the second quarter some strong representation at the Nimbo Institute of Technology Cultural Festival, and that took place December 12, 2025. Communication challenges linked to internal coordination is one of the major challenge at the level of the city. And then some uh, strategies to addressing these challenges include commitment to strengthening accountability, fostering active, good membership within LSUIC framework, and then moving to Qingdao City. Qingdao City increased student enrollment with the addition of 3 new students, bringing total membership to 20 students or scholars at the level of the city. And then the organized key social activities includes girls' Christmas night and a year-end dinner on the 31st of December 2025. And due compliance challenge, financial constraint among self-sponsored students are those 2 major challenges that they were confronted with over the period of the second quarter. And how do they intend to address these major challenges? They intend to improve communication and outreach. They also intend to enhance coordination and engagement at the level of the city. So that comes to the end of the last city, and that is Hafi City. So at the level of Harvey, they successfully held their first meet and greet and Christmas celebration on the 22nd of December. And this event laid a foundation for unity and students' engagement in Harvey. And they also introduced LSUIC policy during that event. The dues policy, membership benefits, facilitated some open interaction among students, and inducted two new students pending national registration. And financial constraint, membership compliance are those 2 major challenges that they were confronted with over the period of quarter 2. And how do they intend to address these challenges is positioning the union for sustained growth and improve participation, operating under an interim oversight of the provincial coordinator, which is Honorable COC1. So moving forward to the national secretary that we have been entrusted with to lead. So at the national secretary, what have we done over the period of quarter 2? So during quarter 2, if you are still following, can you kindly drop something in the chat box? Maybe 1 or 2. Thank you so kindly. At the level of the national secretary that we have been trusted with to lead, during the second quarter, the national secretary made measurable progress in strengthening the institutional communication, digital transformation, engagement, operational coordination across the Liberian Student Union in China. And these efforts align with the Secretary's commitment to modernize, professionalize, and improve the union's visibility, efficiency, and accountability from all angles of the union. And some major highlights of the quarter was the successful publication of the LSUIC Chronicle Volume 1, number 4 and 5, which documented major national and city level activities, leadership initiatives, and students' engagement. And this particular chronicle also, as we introduce or rebranded, continue to serve as LSUIC official historic and communication record. In addition to what we have done at the level of the secretary during the second quarter, we successfully launched the Luminary series on the 22nd of November 2025. And this event or this series is an intellectual engagement platform designed to illuminate
Honorable SG, we just lost you right there. Designed to illuminate.
4 and 5 that we published during the second quarter. So in addition to those few activities that we just mentioned, we also focus on business registration and enterprise support. At the level of the secretary, we expanded registration of businesses or affiliated businesses from 4 to 8 during the quarter, with some additional application currently ongoing screening. I know some people might ask why, since I registered my business, you have not gotten back to me, because the NEC is still screening your registration. So far so good at the level of the business. We were able to transition from 4 registered businesses to 8 registered businesses as of now. And we also get some city support and design services. The National Secretary provided designs, and we bring some branded support to several cities. When you see those beautiful uh, contents or flyers or visibility materials on the platform, just know that it's from the Secretary, because that's one of our commitment, that we are going to rebrand LSUIC and give LSUIC the good facelift that she deserves. And all of us are testimony to that. And if you are a testimony, you can say in the chat box that benefited from that. And the next thing we did is to also uh, improve communication and digital visibility. And this is one of the key aspects of LSUIC, because we know we are a digital organization. We do all of our things through different platforms. We usually don't see one another face to face until maybe some other city activities or our National Assembly that usually take place every year in July. So communication management remains a core focus throughout the quarter, and with consistent handling of official correspondence, regulated information flow, the Secretary also recorded a measurable growth in the online engagement, with 6% increase in the Facebook page followers over the period of 90 days. That is equivalent to 223 new followers, or reflecting an improved content strategies and talent. And also we also expanded our audience reach. Accumulatively, if we are combining last quarter, which we achieved 394 new followers, to this quarter, we will be recording, or we have recorded 617 new followers from July to December of 2025. And this achievement underscore our sustained growth across both quarters, like first quarter and second quarters. So these are strides that we've made in enhancing communication across all electronic platform of LSUIC. So you can just see a brief statistics of what we just mentioned. So moving forward to membership statistics. So as of now, the average age in LSUIC is 27.2 years. And gender distribution, we have 151 males for quarter 2 that have registered. Maybe someone will say we more than 1,000. Why are you talking about 101 male? We are talking about those people who fill in membership form via the website for this quarter 2. So we have 151, which constitutes 68% of males and 32% of females. So from Montserrat, we have 72 students that are currently in LSUIC. And then for the majors, we have international economics. We have most students from the international economics and trade. And from the level of university, we have most students from the Suzhou University of Science and Technology, that account for 20 students for quarter 2. So moving forward, you can see the gender distribution. We have 32% females and 68% males. And then you can just be changing it, and the distribution by counties, we have 32.4% of scholars from Morocco County, 14.4% from Lofa, 9.9% from Bon County, 8.1% from Nima County. We have 5.8% from Grand Bassa County, and so forth. For the academic status distribution, Chinese language, we have 12 students, and that constitute 5.4%. We have students doing diploma courses that constitute 2.7%. We have graduate students in that numbers, that is 79 students, that constitute 35.585%, and we have postgraduate students 8.1%. We have undergraduate students, that is 107 undergraduate students for this quarter, and that constitute 48.19%. So moving forward to the program support type, we have students on bilateral scholarship, CSE scholarship, MOFCON scholarship, partial scholarship, self-support scholarship, and university scholarship. So for the bilateral scholarship, we have 9 students that we account for this quarter 2, and that constitute 4.05%, and CSE 9.45%, MOFCON 7.2%, partial scholarship we have 17.5%, self-supported we have 21.62%, and university scholarship we have 40.09%. So the challenges of the National Secretariat during quarter 2, the National Secretariat faced serious operational challenges, primarily related to capacity constraint and competing priorities arising from simultaneous implementation of multiple national initiatives and city level support requests. Most of the time, we have people reaching out to the sector. Can you please do this for us? Can you please do this for us? We have so many requests coming in at once. So at times, we are not able to meet up with most of those requests because we have our own personal competing priorities plus LSUIC. So if we were not able to do your flyers or whatever request that you sent in, it was due to some of these challenges. So, in conclusion, overall, the quarter 2 marked a period of consolidation and visible progress for the National Secretariat to strengthen publication, digital transformation, intellectual programming, and operational tools. The Secretariat advanced LSUIC institutional capacity and professional image. These efforts lay a solid foundation for sustained growth, enhanced accountability, and broader engagement in subsequent quarters. So that's what we signed up for, and we're going to keep doing what we signed up for to ensure that LSUIC get a good facelift. I think all of you can attest to that. We have brought Hajin to the National Secretariat, and that's something that is undebatable. So these are some of the pictorial evidences from activities from across the city. So, Honorable, you just flip the pictorial evidences. Yeah, keep going, please. Keep going. Yeah. There are some of the pictorial evidences of activities from across the city. And you just hold on there to the last pictorial. So, over the period of quarter 2, usually what we intend to do or what we did during the first quarter that we intend to sustain is to recognize a member of the National Secretariat, especially those ones that did extremely well over the quarters. And there are a lot of indicators that we tend to measure in terms of awarding people at the level of the Secretariat. And some of these indicators include, number 1, your full participation, your willingness to execute tasks when we designate you to execute tax, and we are also part of all city group. We follow all of the activities. We see how you run things at the level of your city, and so much more. So for first quarter, we had Honorable Dixon that was awarded for his tremendous work at the level of Shanghai municipality. He emerged as the best secretary for quarter two. But for this quarter, or for quarter one, for this quarter, our best secretary is no one else but Honorable Eugene Sulonte Bono. Honorable Eugene, thank you so much for for the great job. We know that we all are busy and we have a lot of academic work, but at least you push throughout every other thing. You keep doing. Sometimes I call you at the middle of the night, 2, 3, 4, and I'm instructing you to do this, instructing you to do that, and you are willing to do it. Thank you so much, and keep doing, keep working for the secretary. To all other members, your time is ahead. Don't get discouraged. We're only doing these things to motivate you guys to get involved with the union because, like I usually say to you, no, always tell yourself that when I'm not present, no one is present to do the job. Yeah, so if you have that mindset, you will get involved with the union, and if all of us can come on the decks and contribute our services to LSUIC, LSUIC will be the best union in the world, and that's one thing that we envisioned for LSUIC in the secretary. So thank you, Honorable, for the great job you've been doing. You can just flip to the next slide, please. You can flip to the next slide. So this is a certificate of appreciation, and I will just read a Honorable Eugene Slunter Bono. In honor, this certificate of appreciation is awarded in honor of your unwavering dedication, organizational excellence, and exemplary service as best secretary of the National Secretary for the second quarter. Your contribution is a model of leadership within the Liberian Student Union in China, given on this third day of January 2026, and signed by me, the head of the National Secretary, and that of our National President. So thank you so much to all of you who avail your time to be part of this reporting, and we are open to question and answer. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, thank you so much. We will now open the floor for questions, if any, suggestions, comments to the National Secretariat. And thereafter, we take a motion to either archive the report or make recommendation for improvement to the report. So you can kindly use the feature of raising hand so that we recognize you if you have any question. If everything was clear, you could also let us know in the chat session by just saying either clear or sending 2. If you are still following, today is Saturday here in China. It's already 10 p.m. For those following on Facebook, this is the Liberian Student Union in China, and it's our second quarter meeting. So we have 4 quarters for each leadership year, and this is the second quarter. We have 2 to go. All right, so no hand is raised. We will take a motion. Anybody can raise a motion. And up next would be the financial report to know how your money has been spent or what is going on with your finances. All right, the hand of Honorable Gajer, the city president of Wuhan. You can kindly go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to the team of Secretariat for this report. Having sat quietly listening to the in-depth report presented by our Honorable National Secretary, I so move, if I can obtain a second, that this meeting be accepted and placed in our archive for future reference when need be. If I can obtain a second.
Okay, it has been moved. Anyone to second the motion? I see the hand of Honorable Sake is up.
Yes, and can I be heard?
Yes, yes, sir.
Yes. And for me, sorry for like maybe reporting because we're almost like on motion, but and I sat and I listened to the report from the secretary, and let me firstly appreciate them for the in-depth report. But what I didn't read it, there was no. I'm so sorry, but there was no summary to that to all of those issues raised by the cities because to maybe like read the detailed information or report coming from the cities from city one to the number of cities are reported. Maybe after you are listening to like 1 to 10, you may sometimes forget but some. So I did not. The only thing I did not see is summary and the summary capturing what are those issues like what are those major because like you see nearly most of the cities were actually raising some concerns that were almost like uniform to the rest of the other cities. So I did not hear. So and then another thing is I'm sorry, maybe it was said, or maybe I may not hear again. What are those short-term plans that will be able to overcome some of them because we are like maybe right after maybe I want to be corrected, but maybe we may have just one more quarterly report to be able to end the year from July to July. So I want to know what short-term plan has maybe the secretary or the secretarial committee put in place to mitigate some of the problems that have been raised.
Okay, thank you for the question, but now the motion have already been put forth, and the report, like you said, this is just a PPT of it. The actual report will be shared to the group, so you will also have uh, a full view of the report. And there are also recommendations, administrative challenges for each city. There's also a recommendation on how the problem will be solved. So let's take a motion to second a motion, or if you have any inquiry, point of information, point of clarity, then that's the only time we accept. We asked for questions, but we couldn't find anyone. Anybody to second the motion? Time is not our friend. We still have 2 reporting officers. Honorable Jarrett's hand is up. If it's a second motion, you can go ahead. Samsung, please rename yourself, then we'll recognize you. Use the feature of renaming yourself, and then we'll recognize you.
Okay.
Is there any?
So the motion was
Hello.
read. So can the motion be restated?
Restated in what sense? You
We
didn't
didn't
get
get
it?
a motion because you Mr. President, you asked for a motion to somebody to second the motion, and then I I somebody came out to state observation or whatsoever. But I think the motion should have been accepted first, and then because there was already a point of discussion first that was accepting or seconding the motion. So
Yes.
we
Do you
actually
want to
forgot
second?
about
Do
the
you want to
motion.
second? You need a clarity.
Pardon me?
Do you want to second the motion, or do you need a clarity of what the motion that was raised?
I need a clarity on the motion I raised.
Okay, we'll do you that honor. Honorable Gaja, if you are following, you can kindly restate the motion. And every other person, please let us follow as he will restate the motion. Honorable Gaja?
Okay, thank you, Mr. President, and we restate the motion.
If you're speaking, we cannot hear you again.
So, having listened to a second, that the report just read be accepted and copy be placed in our archive for future reference.
Okay, so is there anyone to second the motion? Kindly Raise your hand. We see the hand of Honorable Prince Wasiri, the city president of Sujo.
Thank you, Honorable President. And again, my name is Prince Wasiri, the president of the Sujo Union of Liberian Students. So, having fully listened to the movement, I so second the motion.
All right, thank you so much. You have been moved and seconded. Honorable C. Natana Wali II, thanks for your presentation on behalf of the National Secretariat. So up next is the National Financial Secretary, who will be presenting on behalf of the financial team, the union's financial report for Q2. Honorable, if you are there, kindly unmute yourself and let us hear you, and also share your screen. And after this report, we'll be taking the last report to end the day.
Good evening, everyone. Am I being heard?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good evening, everyone. I am Noah Dave Mason Jr., the National Financial Secretary of LSUIC 2025-2026. I'm reporting from Shanghai City, Shanghai Municipality. I'm a student at the Ningbo University, majoring in aquaculture. Firstly, I would like to say a big thanks to everyone for joining and for being here today. This is the point we get to that is a bit critical within the union. So you get to see where your money go and how much you've contributed towards LSUIC. Sorry for the poor quality of my voice. I'm not feeling too well. A big thanks to every one of us here. We'll go straight into our report. The National Financial Report of the second quarter of the Union fiscal year 2025-2026. So this report covers the period from October 1st, 2025 to December 28th, 2025. For others that send in their dues after December 27th or any other financial contributions after December 27th, those contributions or those money was being recorded in Q3. So it won't be part of this report today. This report was submitted to the NEC on December 31st, 2025. And so we go into the report summary. In first quarter, our turnover balance after converting the US dollars we had and the remaining RMB was 48,971.30 thousand renminbi. And that was our brought forward from first quarter. So our income in the second annual conference that happened on July 26, 2022, and we received 1,150 RMB. Our fundraiser from 2022-2023, we received 300 RMB. Our current use in arrears for Q2, we received 10,940 RMB. Fines within Q2, we received 103 RMB. Sunday service offering, we received 655 RMB. Loan repayment, we received 1,700 RMB. Interest on loans, we received 135 RMB. Pledges received from LSUIC Financial Literacy Program 2025-2026, we received 175 RMB. LSUIC Business Registration, we received 100 RMB, making our total income to 64,229.30 RMB. No US dollars. So LSUIC, we still have outstanding receivables Outstanding receivables are pledges, fundraisers, and unpaid loans and loan interest. So on the LSUIC Financial Literacy Program, 2025-2026, we still have $200 outside. That was a pledge. The 19th annual conference in Najin, we still have 12,000 pledged outside. The 18th annual 150 RMB plus $100 outside. The 17th annual conference in Shanghai, we still have 15,001 RMB plus $200 in pledge that is still outstanding. The 16th annual conference in Guangzhou, July 26, 2022, we still have 8,584 RMB pledge. The 15th annual conference in 2021, Hangzhou City, we still have 1,000 RMB outstanding pledge. And the 14th annual conference that was held during COVID online, we still have 1,200 outstanding pledge. Totaling our total pledges from 2020 to present, 39,035 RMB plus $500. Fundraiser 2022-2023, we still have 1,350 RMB outside. Unpaid loans, loan disbursing quarter one and quarter two, we still have 8,975 RMB outside, outstanding. Our loan disbursing in 2024-2025, we still have 1,295 RMB outstanding. Our loan disbursing 2023-2024, we still have 570 RMB outstanding. Totaling our unpaid loans and loans interest is 10,840 RMB. So our total receivables that are outstanding that haven't been collected yet are 51,225.90 RMB plus $500. So our total outstanding plus our total income is 115,455,000.20 RMB plus plus $500. We will now go to our expenditure for quarter two. Quarter two begins from October 1st to December 28th. So our expenditure, the first expenditure is scholar welfare. The NEC visited one of our scholar or our member who was hospitalized, Scholar Benelli Wilson, and 500 RMB was disbursed to as a financial aid towards her hospital treatment or hospital bill. Our loan disbursed in quarter two is 5,500 RMB. LSUIC SIM card retriever, 104.73 RMB was disbursed to receive LSUIC SIM card. The SIM card is what the union's WeChat channel was registered with. And during the Christmas celebration, the chaplaincy had a Christmas program, and 70 RMB was disbursed to the chaplaincy to carry on their Christmas program preparation, totaling our total expenditure to be 6,174.73 RMB. So if we take our total expenditure from our total income here, we are left with 58,054 RMB 57. So this amount is what LSUIC currently have in her treasury that will be turned over to third quarter. So let's go into the report notes. The union concluded the second quarter of the fiscal year 2025-2026 with a continual strong cash position and positive operation cash flow. While revenue collection remained steady and expenditures were well controlled, the persistent challenge of high outstanding receivables, particularly multi-year conference pledges, continued to impact liquidity and working capital availability. Analysis of the financial position as of December 28, 2025. Our current period performance on cash basis. Our opening cash balance, the union began with quarter two with a cash balance of 48,971.30 RMB. That was carried forward from quarter one. Our total cash available at the end of quarter two is 64,229.30 in cash and cash equivalent. Our total expenditure, that is operational and program expenditure for the quarter, total 873 RMB, reflecting disciplined spending management. So our net flow from operations, that is the total available cash minus the expenditure, is 58,054 RMB point 57. So our quarter end cash balance is 58,054.57, and this is what we have in our treasury. Our statement of financial positions and receivable. The union's financial health remains significantly influenced by outstanding receivables, which continue to represent a material liquidity constraint. That is our total receivables. The union has 51,225.90 in outstanding receivables as of December 28, 2025. And our unpaid pledges, unpaid conference pledges spanning 6 fiscal year from 2020 to 2025, totaling 39,035.90 RMB, representing the largest component of receivables and posing a continual collection risk. Our outstanding loan and interest, uncollected principals and interest on member loans amount to 10,840 RMB. So we move to our analysis of quarter two financial performance. Income performance, total income for quarter two was 15,000 or is 15,258 RMB. And our key revenue drivers are current dues and arrears. That's total 10,940. Loan repayments, 1,700 RMB. And Sunday offerings, 655 RMB. Observation: due collection remains strong, indicating robust member compliance and engagement during the quarter. Our expenditure performance, the total quarter two expenditure is 6,174.73 RMB. And our major expenditures were loan disbursed in quarter two, 5,500, and our scholar welfare, 500 RMB. Expenditures were focused on member support and loan programs with minimal administrative overhead. Receivable movement, quarter one receivables is 49,625.90, while quarter two receivables is 51,225.90 RMB. So the change is the increase of 1,600 primarily due to loan disbursement and lingering pledge balances. Conclusion and forward outlook. LSUIC has maintained a stable and positive financial trajectory through the second quarter, supported by consistent due collection, control speeding, and continual operational cash generation. The quarter ended with a healthy cash balance of 58,054.57 RMB, reinforcing the union's short-term financial resilience. However, the elevated level of aged receivables, particularly pledges from past conferences, remain a critical concern. These uncollected funds ties up resources that could otherwise support programs, member services, and strategic initiatives. So the recommendations for quarter three is to implement a structured receivable collection plan targeting pledges from 2022 to 2025. Review loan repayment schedules and engage with members with outstanding balances, and also assess budget performance to date and consider realignment if certain revenues lines remain unrealized. The national leadership is advised to continue monitoring cash flows, and receivable closely, also ensuring that the union financial strategy remains aligned and with its operational goals and long-term sustainability. So we go into the detailed report. Uh, we have Anhui Province. In quarter 2, we receive in quarter 2, we receive 480 RMB from Anhui Province. Currently, Anhui Province have 5 registered members within the union, and their total dues for the year 2025-2026, total dues and arrears is 1,620 RMB, and currently, Anhui Province have paid 1,175 RMB with the balance due of 445 RMB. We move to Beijing, the capital of China. Beijing municipality currently have a total member of 7 that are registered with the union, and total in Beijing total dues for 2025-2026 is 1,260. And out of 1,260, we've received 480 RMB from Beijing with the balance of 780 RMB. We move to Chongqing. Chongqing total dues is 480 RMB. And out of the 480, we've received 180 RMB with the balance of 300. After Beijing, we move to Fujian province. Fujian province currently we only have 2 members, and even though there are more members in these cities, but currently the financial secretary have been able to only reach out to 2 people from this province. Of numbers of people you see here are people that I've reached out to based on their past membership records and current membership records. Fujian have the total due of 580, and we haven't received any dues from Fujian province yet. We move forward to Gansu province. Gansu province have the total dues of 230 RMB, and I haven't received any dues from Gansu province yet. And then we move to Guangdong province. Guangdong province have a total of 1,680 dues, and out of that 1,680 to be paid in dues, I've received 810 RMB, balance 870 RMB. After Guangdong province, we move to Guizhou. Guizhou province have the total of 1,620 RMB, and no one from Guizhou province have paid dues for quarter 1 and quarter 2. So they still have a balance of 1,620 RMB. Same as Hainan. Hainan, or we don't have a registered member there yet. Hubei province have a member that is the COC, and Hubei province total dues is 300 for the year, and I've received 75 RMB balance, 225 RMB. Thanks to the coordinator of Hubei province, we look forward to having more members from Hubei province captured in the financial record for quarter 3. We move to Heilongjiang province. Heilongjiang province total dues and arrears is 1,350, and I have received 830 RMB. As of this report is for quarter 2, and balancing 520 RMB. The next province is Hunan province. Hunan province have received the Hunan province have a total of 1,580 dues and arrears combined, and I have received 515 RMB from Hunan province with the balance of 1,065 RMB. The next province is Hubei. Hubei province yearly dues for 2025-2026 is 3,420 RMB. I have received a total of 885 RMB, balance 2,535 RMB. The next province is Hunan province. Hunan province have a total dues of 3,390 RMB. I have received a total of 1,590 RMB, balancing 1,800 RMB. After Hunan, we move to Jiangsu province, the most populated province in LSUIC. Jiangsu province have a total due of 16,340 RMB, and I have received 3,585 RMB from Jiangsu province, balancing 12,755 RMB. The next province is Jiangxi. Jiangxi have a total of 730 RMB, and I have received 190 RMB, balancing 540 RMB. And we go to Jilin. Jilin have a total of 960 RMB. I have received 460 RMB, and the balance is 500. At the time this report was compiled, Liao Ling was in capture at the time, but we have a coordinator and members from Liao Ling, and it will be captured in quarter 3. The next province is Shanxi province. Shanxi province, the total dues to be collected is 2,260 RMB. I have collected 1,290 RMB, balance 970 RMB. We move to Shandong province. Shandong province have a total of 3,780 RMB. I have received 1,580 RMB, balance 2,200. And we go to Shanghai municipality, another second populated municipality in LSUIC. Shanghai have a total due of 4,080 RMB. I've received 1,070 RMB with the balance 3,010 RMB. The next is Sichuan. Sichuan province have a total dues of 2,670 RMB. I have received 840 RMB, and the balance is 1,830 RMB. We go to Tianjin. Tianjin have a total of 180 RMB, and they've paid 180 RMB. Currently, I don't know if LSUIC have other members in Tianjin, and I look forward to having more Tianjin members captured in the financial report for quarter 3. Yunnan, also we only have one person, that is the COC, Tatos Jackson, and I have received 380 RMB, balance 100 RMB. We go to the last province in LSUIC, Zhejiang province. Zhejiang province have a total dues of 5,700 RMB. I have received 2,665 RMB, balance 3,035 RMB. Before going forward, like I said, after this report was after this report was submitted, if you check the financial secretary mini program in the group chat, you will see that there is an increasement. So our total dues at the time this report was made was 54,000, but currently I would reach out to mean that their names were not captured in the financial records, and they are members of LSUIC. So it's now being captured in the mini programs with their dues being calculated. So as of quarter 1 and 2, we have raised 18,780 RMB, and we still have more money to raise from dues in LSUIC. Before going forward, I will just explain to everyone here, because scholars have been reaching out to me concerning the due categories in LSUIC. Though I did a video that was being shared in the Vera group chats, but I think I will also say it again. In LSUIC, we have different positions. So the NEC members, that is the president, the vice president in LSUIC on the national level pays the total dues of 360 RMB. That is 30 RMB per month. So their annual dues is 360. Coordinators and the judiciary board members, they paid monthly dues of 25 RMB and their annual dues is 300 RMB. Then we move to city presidents and city leadership. If you're president, vice president, secretary general, financial secretary, Champlain, or treasurer of city leadership, your yearly dues is 240 RMB and you paid 20 RMB per month. If you are a bilateral students are students in LSURC that receive support from both the Chinese government and the Liberian government. Their dues is also 240 RMB. They pay 20 RMB monthly. Their annual dues is 240. If you own CSC or MOVCOM scholarships, your dues is 15 RMB per month. That is 180 RMB per year. If you are on university scholarship, self-supported, partial scholarship from university or city government, your dues is 10 RMB per month. Per year, your dues is 120 RMB. But in LSURC, for example, me, the National Financial Secretary, I'm on a self-supported program, and that self-supported program, my dues should have been 10 RMB and 120 RMB per year. But since I am the National Financial Secretary, my due is automatically paid according to my positions in LSUIC. So my dues is 360 RMB. Same as all members in LSUIC. If you don't have any positions in LSUIC, your dues is paid based on your scholarship type. But if you have a position in LSUIC, your dues is according to that position. Committee members, committee heads, your dues is also 240 RMB per year. That is 20 RMB monthly. Um, to make this clear, if we check the due, we check the due column, we'll see arrears. Arrears are money that were owed from previous years or previous term. So some of us, when we joined LSUIC, we didn't know we had to pay dues. We signed up membership form, and the moment you sign membership form in LSUIC, you are a member, and you should pay dues. You should pay your dues. In LSUIC, we have local dues and we have national dues. So if you fill a membership form, if you are paying your local dues, you are to pay your national dues according to the constitution. So if you don't pay your national dues, the financial secretary going to calculate it, or whatever financial secretary comes into LSUIC will keep calculating it based on what they met. So here you see some scholars have arrears from previous leadership, and it's also calculated as both dues and arrears for them to have to get their full dues. So in LSURC, if you have an arrears, you don't pay your dues right away. You start to pay that arrears first. For example, if someone have 80 RMB arrears, 180 dues, whatever money they pay first is calculated to the arrears is clear. And also, if you didn't self-position last year, you were just a member or self-supported member, and when you fill membership form during the last government and you didn't pay dues, your dues remains there according to the position you had last year. If you were just a member, your dues is your arrears is 120. When you become a leader in LSUIC this year, your dues go according to your leadership position. But then your last year position, if you were just flow member, we calculate your arrears based on that because that's what is in the financial system. So if you're a member of LSUIC and you fill membership form, I'm urging every one of us to please pay our dues because if we don't pay our dues, it also goes into next leadership and we will have to pay it. We've in LSUIC, there have been a lot of students reaching out, oh, I need help, I need assistance. But then when we check the financial record, you've never been contributing to LSUIC, which will make it a bit bias for us to give people who are contributing to LSUIC money to you. So I'm urging every one of us, including our leaders, the coordinators, city leadership, city presidents, committee members, please let's encourage our friends. Let's encourage our members. Let's encourage and progress. So a lot of people having a lot of provinces having parties. And when you check those provinces, there are members in those provinces that are not even captured in LSUIC database or not even captured in LSUIC financial record. So our provincial coordinators, our city presidents, we are urging and begging you, every one of us to please let's when we have these events, let's make sure to bring our people together, not just to chill, but to also explain the betterment of LSUIC because LSUIC is all we have. I will move forward now to our fine payment for quarter two. Quarter two, we had 14 students that were fined, and out of the 14 students that were fined, the total was 125 RMB, and we got 103 RMB from fines. The reason why 64 RMB is here is because there are other fines from quarter one that haven't been paid. So that fine have been brought forward to quarter two. And if you didn't pay your fine in quarter one, it's not over yet. You can still pay it because if you don't pay it, according in LSURC, you are not in good standing. Even if you pay all of your dues, you have to pay your fines also. So if you don't pay your fines, you are not in good standing and you cannot receive a good standing certificate at the end of the year. Our Sunday offering from October 5th up to December 28th, 2025, we raised 655 RMB. Business registration in quarter two, we got one business registration from Vimush Collection, and she paid 100 RMB to register her business. Loan disbursed in 2025. Some loans are from quarter one, while the remaining are quarter two. So the first three names are from quarter one, and the last three names are from quarter two. Quarter one, I know some will say, oh, but you said loan interest is 5%. Why is 5% of 2,500 is now 175? So adjudicator Michael Sipo Jensen requested loan when we just took over of 3,500. In quarter one, he paid 1,000. So 5% of 3,500 is 175. So he paid 1,000 in quarter one and he still owes 2,500. That's why the loan is 175. So the percentage doesn't apply to adjudicator Michael Sipo Jensen and the financial secretary of Natong, K. Samuel Reed, because in quarter one they both paid some of their dues, and here there was just a balance capture and the balance loan in the loan interest that was captured. So the 5% doesn't apply to them. Uh, In quarter two, the total loan we received was 1,835. So the 1,835, 1,700 goes to loan, while 135 RMB goes to the interest on loan. So our balance loan or outstanding loan for 2025-2026 is 8,975 RMB. Our loan disbursed in 2024-2025 by past government. We have Scholar Joseph Yanni Jr., and I reached out to him in quarter one and I begged him to keep paying his loan small. So in quarter one, he paid 50 RMB or 40 RMB. So he still have an outstanding balance of 1,010 RMB. David D. Conway from Wuhan, Hubei. In the previous year, he took a loan of 1,500 and he paid 1,290 in previous years, balance 285. I reached out to him and been reaching out to him, and he told me he was not in China, but he will be in China. When he gets back to China, he will pay back. So we are looking forward to him paying not just this loan, but in the financial document also he made pledges. So we look forward to him returning and paying this money back. Loan disbursed in 2023, 2024. We got Scholar Cheryl Miracle Nat from Nachan Genshi. She took 1,050 RMB, 1,000 RMB with a 50 RMB interest, and she paid in that year, not this year or not to me. In that year, she paid 750 RMB, balance 300. And I've been reaching out to Scholar not since I took over. I've been reaching out to her to at least pay back this remaining money. Same with Scholar Daniel M. Tokpa. He took 1,530 and paid 1,260. I've been reaching out to him since Q1 to pay back, and I've been reminding him to pay back the 270 that he owes the union. So during the financial literacy program fundraiser, we have two scholars that made pledges, and they paid their pledges, and that's why we have 175. Also, LSUIC fundraiser, the same fundraiser, we have our guest speaker who pledged $200, and he said he will pay back this month, or he will pay his pledge this month. Fundraiser 2022-2023, Dr. Anthony Hansa Fresi Whitfield pledged 300 RMB, and when I reached out to him, he paid back his 300 RMB. These are pledges from the just ended conference in Nanjing, and we still have an outstanding balance of 12,000. Q3, I will be reaching out to everyone. I've reached out to everyone that pledged here and still have outstanding pledges, and there will be a reminder sent again. Pledges from 2024 up to 2020, I've sent out reminders to everyone here, almost everyone here, and I was told to wait, and I was told by others that I should wait. So I'll keep waiting, and I hope and look forward to them making for these pledges. And here we have our members in good standing. For Q1, we had 13 members in good standing. Q2, we got 22. Totaling 35 members in good standing for both Q1 and Q2. Our fellow scholars on here tonight, those watching on Facebook Live, this is the financial report of LSUIC, and we have we also collected a pledge from but Anthony Dr. Hassan Francis Whitfield, 1,000 RMB that was paid towards the pledge made in 2022, 2023, and also from Jimmy Wycoli, we received 150. That was some of the results from our messages that were sent across to people who made pledges back then. So we look forward to having more of these messages or more of these positive response so that we can be able to at least raise or collect all of our outstanding receivables. To every one of us that are here that made pledges or that haven't paid our loans or haven't paid our dues, I'm begging all of us, LSUIC is the only organization we have. That is the Liberian Student Union in China. And we are non-profit. All of the leaders, from national leaders up to committee members, coordinators, adjudicators, none of us are being paid to work within LSUIC. It is our time and our service. So I'm begging us, let's live up to our commitment. Let's pay our dues. Let's pay our pledges, our loans. Let's pay those things so that we can keep the organization moving forward. And I will stop here and take questions or inquiries.
All right. So if you're following, kindly use the feature of raising hand so that we can recognize you to ask a question. Please, there's the time for questions and answer. If you want to give any comment, also you can use also in the comment section as well. The hand of Honorable Jairus really is up. You can unmute yourself and ask a question or give a comment.
All right, Honorable Presiding, I think in a fair parliamentary proceeding, if a report is being made there is a need for motion to accept the report, then be placed for discussion on the table for discussion, either subtraction, addition, clarity, or whatsoever. So I think rightfully it should be a motion to accept the report first, then we can go forward to discuss it.
Uh, we cannot accept the report when there will be questions or counterclaims to the report. So let us first go through the scrutiny of the report, then we can know if we want to accept it or not. So if you have a question, kindly ask a question. If you have a comment, please do. If you accept it and then you go and debate it, then I don't understand the after accepting it and going and debate it again.
Well, it's being accepted, then placed on the table for discussion. That's why the motion always say, I accept I move that the report be accepted and be placed on the table for discussion, because I think that's the way it is done. But anyway, we're still learning and then preparing it.
Yeah, let's learn it that way. Any
Okay.
question? Any question to the financial report? Okay, the hand of Honorable Sessa is up. Honorable Sessa, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President, for the recognition. Let me also say thank you to the finance man for the report. It is good that we have this kind of conversation. So you dwell on the due payment. I think it is very important. I love the way you put it. Uh, most of the challenges we face around provinces with students, like you are providing clarity on the fact that most of them are reluctant, to pay due because they say no, they don't see the real benefit and this and that. But I think I love the way you put it, and I will recommend that at the national level, like in your case as financial secretary, and those responsible for maybe public affairs to also channel these pieces of information to our people, to scholars around the country, that the benefit may not be immediately, So, like, they shouldn't rely on, like, you see that city presidents, even in our case, a coordinator, maybe since we are with them every time and we are saying that, they don't take it seriously. So, if we even emphasize the benefit that comes, with becoming or being part of the union, they will see that, oh, you're talking to me as ordinary friend, this and that. So, like, in your case, and we have the committee responsible, maybe for welfare or publication, to also be using other platforms to encourage students, I think, and really dwell on the benefit not being just immediately, but as long as you will be part of the union, even after that it has some future benefit to encourage them to pay, because the due is what we really rely on for income generation, and most of them are reluctant in paying. So thank you. I want us to look in that direction where we open some public discussion for students to get that. Then the next question, my question will be, after the comment, my question will be like uh Skylar Jimmy, like normally when students clear their yearly stuff, sometimes you give the certificate, but for last year he cleared the year, and he just told me he has not received the certificate. So can you comment on that, Mr. Finance Minister?
Okay, thank you so much, Coordinator Celsius. Thank you for that brilliant recommendation. The financial team will take that into consideration, and we will see how best we can decentralize the importance of deals. Because right there, as you said, sometimes the importance might not be a right away benefit, it might not be a short term benefit, it might be a long term benefit that you might just not see. Come, you don't know when
Sure,
emergency will happen and you need the aid of the union. So that's
sure,
true, or we take that into consideration and work on it. For
sure.
the Honorable President Jimmy, I'm very sorry. I've been like, yeah. You know, let me just put it colloquial. The time we received the arrears, it was also around reporting time, so I've been busy. I will send the certificate now before the end of the whole report today. I will send a certificate
Okay.
to the honorable man. I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
I
Thank
should
you,
have
sir.
sent a
Thank you.
certificate.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll move to the co-chair on the President Public Affairs, Number Victor. Your hand is raised.
Thank you, Honorable President. Let me say thank you to Honorable Mason for that brilliant presentation of LSUIC's financial record. Um, I just have a question because in finance expressed that we know that I've gone through the financial process in accounting. It's often said that short-term asset is like for 1 year, and I'm seeing reports from 2023, 2022 up to 2026, and we should be looking at accounts receivable, account payable in 2025, 2026. Take into consideration people that have owed since 2022 to 2023, 2024. Some have already graduated. What if this person owes an arrear and graduated and went to Liberia and they are unable to pay these arrears? And we are here for short term. We are not here forever. That we will be keeping accounts payable for more than 2, 3 years. So how can this money be paid? If I'm a graduate and I owe the arrear and I graduate and go, how do I pay such money? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Beijing. Two. Money that you see that was being uh that is in the report from 2020 to 2025 are pledges. Those are pledges that people stand at the conference and say, Honorable Victor B. William, I pledge this amount. So even if you graduate, you are supposed to pay that money because you willingly stand and say you pledge this amount. For dues, if you graduate and you leave or you fill membership form and you, as God will have it, you never reach out to LSUIC for any financial aid or whatsoever, you graduated and leave, it's left with the next financial secretary to decide whether, because every year in LSUIC we update our memberships. So it's left with the next financial secretary to decide whether this person is still a member or should still be captured. But mind you, some of us graduated back then, we went Liberia, we came back. That area still bother with you. In the long run, if you going to maybe you want to take up leadership roles in LSUIC, or you want to be fully part of LSUIC now, that area will still bother with you. So in order to clear all of that, the good old thing to do is if you fill membership form, just pay. If you don't know about it, that's one thing because a lot of people fill membership form not knowing about paying dues. And now that they have known about it or they have been educated about it, they are paying it. So if people fall in that category, fine, just pay it. Don't say, oh, because I will not need LSUIC help or I'm an island, so I'm not going to pay it. No. Being a member of LSUIC, that's one of the major things. So we keep reminding everyone to please pay their dues. We keep reminding our leaders to remind their members, especially for our coordinators, the presidents, and committee heads to keep reminding their members and reminding their friends and family in LSUIC. But for the pledges, it will still be repeated till the people who made those pledges get paid. And now that we are going digital, those are things that might go digital. So if you knew you stand within yourself and willingly pledge, I think the best thing to do is to pay the pledge. So
Yeah, I'm not really.
we keep reminding people
I'm
to
not.
pay those pledges, and we look forward to them cooperating, or to look forward to them like yes, paying those pledges that they made.
I'm not meaning particularly about pledges, but those who take loans from LSUIC and some of them graduate and go, their name will continuously appear in every year financial report if they're not on grounds.
If they are not on, they will be reached out to like for people from 2023. They are in China. Everyone who took loan from LSUIC from 2023, are in China, and I have reached out to them personally on WeChat, and I will keep reaching out to them. Only one person is not in China, that is David Dede Conway, but Marklin Tokpa is in China. He's part of the Chaplain Say. Miracle Nat is in China. Joseph Yene is in China. He's the former president of NATON. I've reached out to them personally, and I'll look forward to them cooperating this third quarter because we've gone 6 months in this leadership already.
Okay. So let's take Abdul and Kone. Caller Abdul,
Yeah,
you can unmute yourself.
let me extend my greetings to everyone, and then I want to appreciate the financial secretary for doing a very great job when it comes to reporting. Uh, if- uh, uh, my own concern here has to do with from what I'm reading through this financial report, their financial report directly has to do with LSU. So, financial secretary, how does LSU help coordinate or regulate due pays in cities? Take for example, I'm from Janjo, there are dues being paid in my cities. How does the union get involved in making sure that it regulates, coordinates the dues being paid in my city and they report? Because sometimes uh the better way that things get regulated in local city, it has a effect on the way things gets regulated on the national scene. So people that pay when they see some level of transparency, some level of coordination in local cities collection, for example, local city organization, how money gets regulated there. So how does LISU get involved into it? Yeah, that's my concern.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Kone. Uh, Dues paid in the local dues, local leadership, that is the city leadership, they also have the constitution. So the constitution states that they should pay dues in their cities, and those dues should not be equivalent to LSUIC national dues. It should be lesser than LSUIC national dues. That way students can be able to at least contribute towards their city gathering. So those dues or those money collected in local cities will be those records will be turned over to the national president, not the national president, but the city president. And the city president have to make report. Also, the financial secretary of that city have to make report to us. And what that dues will be used for will be used for programs within that city. Like for instance, if the city you're from Genjo City, Hona province, if Genjo decide to have get together and they decide like, oh, this five kwa we've been raising, let's use it to at least have a program within our city, and then we all know the 5 might not feed everyone, but that will lessen other costs within our city. That's okay. If also Genjo or Honan at the end of every LSURC year, every province is supposed to have a provincial conference where they elect new leaders. So if Genjo say, okay, we're going to have this conference and the 5 remember we've collected, we will now ask the leader, the national leadership, for this amount to be able to help us in our conference. That is their decision as a city collectively. But I cannot tell them, oh, your local dues should be given to the national or financial secretary, or I should influence your decision. The only thing I can do is is to give guidance and also advice, so that this money that they will collect will benefit everyone that collect the money that join together to raise this money. It will not just go to the financial secretary of Genjo's Pro City, or it just go to the president of Genjo City. No, it will be used for the intended purpose or the purpose in which this money was raised. I can provide guidance and I can ensure that yes, whatever dues that they will collect will be beneficial to Genjo City.
Thank you so much.
Okay. All right.
You're
We'll take the
welcome,
last
sir.
two. We'll take the last two hands that are up. Honorable Jaros and also Scholar Roberts.
Okay, Honorable Mason, thank you for the report. I have 2 points. First is a question and it's a comment or recommendation. I will go to recommendation. I think we've talked about this before. Now the issue about the dues. Now if we hear this due about, let's say for instance, of self-sponsored student, that's supposed to pay 120 as the yearly due for as a yearly due. Now, if you a new student that come to China, and then we talk to them, we make them to sign up for the platform, and then we tell them, you're supposed to pay due. Now, telling that person you get 120 to pay, to me that money sound too big to them. Now, I will suggest that we emphasize more on the monthly due. That sound more like lesser of a burden than calling a whole 120. You tell the person that you're supposed to pay 10 kwa per month. 10 kwa per month. That sound interesting than telling the person to pay 120 or somebody to pay 360 or whatsoever. Now we should be focusing on rather the monthly due than calling this whole figure. Now for me as a person, I signed up the form. I was not active with the union when I came last year. Somewhere way I filled out the form last minute time, but when I got active this year, I was told that since I filled out the form last year, the membership form, I'm supposed to pay. Now that sound kind of hard to me, but it's the rule. I had to pay. But then when I asked for my due, instead of telling me I owe the last year due for which I know, plus this due, you had everything coupled up together to tell me TD something or whatsoever, TD something, which are looking too huge for me. Then I would just look at our whole money to be like, how would the whole TD system and pay one time? Rather, if you say, okay, we know that 120 you owe him for the first month in July, 20 kwa you get city president. So pay us 20 kwa plus this one, plus your 120. They know okay is 140. Once I clear that one, you come to me again the next month for July, August. Now 20 kwa, that is much better than you just calling the whole figure to a scholar sound too heavy that somebody will look at that money to be too big. That's why not too big, but to just look at that whole money one time, then it'll be like it will sound like you need to pay that money one time. But rather, I think that money is a monthly thing that you need to pay it bit by bit. That will accumulate to the yearly due. So my suggestion is you call the monthly due rather than just calling a whole figure to scale up. Okay. And then my question here is you talk about 30 I think about 35 students or so if I roll the number. But students in 30 that are scholars in 30 that are in good standing. So instead of good standing you are talking about is people that have paid up to the whole year the whole fiscal year, or scholars that are clear with the second quarter. That's my question.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Jaros Riley, the president of TIJO. Um, Firstly, I will go to your recommendation before I answer your question. When you reach out to me to find out, I broke everything down in pieces, and that's how I've been reaching out to every student. I break it down in pieces. The reason why we are all Liberians, the reason why I cannot come and tell you, say, oh, your due is 10 kwa per month. If you reach out to me in October and say, oh, I want to start paying my dues, how much is my due? And I just say it's 10 kwa per month. Mind you, you pay October till June. The union year ends in June. The next leadership starts in July. And June, when they reach to June, you tell me, so I finished paying my dues and we'll calculate, I need my good student certificate. And we'll calculate that 10 kwa you pay from October or September to June. It won't equals 120. Then people will say, oh, you didn't tell me from the beginning, you tell me this, you tell me that. So in order to avoid all of those things, in order to avoid last minute to time differences or last minute to time issues, always tell people the full yearly amount and also tell them the monthly amount. And when you reach out to me concerning your issue, I share with you the flyer is there in monthly on monthly basis. There's a category for everything on a monthly basis and a yearly or how to call it a yearly basis. So I explain all of these things to you on both monthly and yearly. I told you that. And that's also what that's been my message to every scholar, because not to reach at the last minute in June where scholars will want to attend conferences, they are struggling to raise money for transportation, struggling to raise money for conference fees. They are tell them, oh, you are not a member in good standing because you don't have this amount or because you didn't pay this amount. No. So I'm begging you, please, let's continue to tell our members. Like I told you, it's 10 kwa per month, and you registered last year, and you, like you said, there are a lot of scholars like you that are in a category that didn't know much about paying dues. So they didn't pay dues. But when they got to know about it this year, they also pay their arrears. And thank you, Honorable President, because you clear your arrears and you have also started paying your dues in the third quarter. You are one of the people that, yeah, you can be hard done, but at least you doing you're doing it there writing. So to your question, the scholars in good standing are scholars from quarter one to quarter two in good standings, are scholars that have cleared all of their dues. There are some scholars that start paying dues from the conference. They just pay at once. And there are some scholars that pay maybe every month, certain amount, and they've cleared all of their dues. That's why they are in good standing. So if you clear all of your dues for this year, you'll be in good standing. If you clear all of your arrears for last year, you also receive, or if you owed arrears and you cleared, you also receive good standing certificate for last year. But you cannot be captured in this year good standing. You only receive a certificate for last year that you can use for future references, just in case you decide to take up a leadership role in LSUIC and the IEC or Election Commission wants to find out whether you've been paying dues in the past. So you can use that as reference. So I hope your
Okay.
questions is answered, Honorable President.
Yeah, so let's take the last person and let's keep it short.
Prezo?
Time, yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, yes,
Hello.
yes.
Hello, Jackie.
Thank you
Hello.
for the report. Hello.
Yeah, but Fama, please raise your hand. We can just go across the
But
floor.
Hello,
Mr.
Honorable.
President, I think my hand is up.
Yes, you are
Hello.
recognized, but the financial secretary just called me. Honorable Verman, please, if you're following the meeting, please raise your hand. Honorable Mason, you're saying something.
No, no, no. I wanted to react to I wanted to respond to the president in the comment section.
Yeah, I'm coming. We'll get there.
Oh, okay,
Let's get the
okay,
last
okay.
up here. Yes, Scholar Robert. Honorable Verman, please raise your hand if you have a question, or you can use the chat box if you can speak. Scholar Robert. Okay, Scholar Robert is not available now. You can use that time to respond to what he saw in the comment section.
Okay, Prinko. I don't know if that's Prince Songor from the PPC.
Yeah,
Your
that's it.
question say I joined on April 30, 2025, but I still pay 120 dues for 2 months. My question is why? If you filled the membership from April 30, 2025, the financial secretary then capture your dues as 120. So in the annual financial report, it's captured as 120. So that's why you have to pay. In LSUIC, we have conferences at the end of every LSUIC year. For future scholars that will come in March of 2026 or April of 2026, if you sign up for membership form then and you don't want to attend conference at all, the constitution in LSU say you should pay it for the time you sign up or the membership form. So if you come in April, you come in March, you're supposed to pay from April to June arrears or dues. But if you want to attend LSUIC conference, what was this scholars in good standing paying maybe 200 kwa or 250 or whatever amount the current NEC will decide, 150 or so, say, oh, this is what they're going to pay. It will be unfair for someone who paid 120 dues or 240 dues or 360 dues or 300 dues to pay that 120 to attend the conference, and you who just come in April, May, and pay 30 or 40 kwa to attend the same conference and pay the same 120 and enjoy the same benefits. It will be unfair. So that is why the financial secretary always have their own policies. So I want to believe the last financial secretary had her own policies and that is why your dues or arrears were captured as 120. So based on her policies, that's why your dues were captured. So thank you.
Yeah, we're missing. Let's keep it short. We are running out of time.
Okay,
Still have
okay.
one more.
Okay, Prezo.
Scholar Robert, are you there? If Scholar Robert is not there, then Honorable Verman, if you are still there, then we'll take you lastly. Scholar Robert and Honorable Verman, I know, are you following? Okay, another scholar can get prepared to put forth a motion for the report to be accepted, or if correction needed, be made and later on archived. We are not taking a motion to accept the report that was being presented. Okay, Honorable Smo, the city president of Sujo, your hand was just up. Go back down, back up. Yeah, you can go ahead, Honorable.
Okay, thank you for the recognition, Honorable President. So far, with the excellent report being provided by the Honorable Man, I move, if I'm obtaining a second, that the report just submitted be accepted and subsequently placed into our archive for subsequent reference, if I may obtain a second.
Okay, somebody try to second in the comment section whether using Samsung, so we cannot get a name for the record.
Just
So
like me,
another
huh?
person. Yeah. Yeah, Honorable Victor, I see your hand is raised through the video. You can unmute yourself.
Thank you. So seconded that this report given by the financial secretary can be used for future reference and placed in our ACA. Thank you, Honorable Financial Secretary.
Thank you, Chairman.
All right. So you are free to leave the visual podium, Honorable National Financial Secretary. So we have our
Okay,
last
thank you,
report.
Mr. President.
Thank you. We have our last reporting officer for the night, and thereafter we'll be ending this second quarter meeting. Honorable National Vice President, are you there? Honorable Hammer, or the National Secretary General? Honorable NSG and the National Vice President.
I'm here. I'm here.
All right, so you will now be the presiding officer because it's now my time to report.
Okay. So as protocol demands, I take over and afford the electronic platform to the national president, who will be doing his report for the next few minutes. So, Mr. President, the platform is all yours.
Okay, thank you. Okay, kindly confirm if you can see my screen. At this point in time,
Please.
I will not be. Okay. So I'll be presenting on behalf of the NEC certain portions of the report because the NEC comprises of the National Financial Secretary and National Secretary. So we also have another part of the report which I will be doing on behalf of the NEC. And that is the second quarter report covering October to December 2025. So let's get a quick overview of what happened in the first quarter. In the first quarter, we had some key achievements. We appointed over 85 persons to take up leadership position from a committee level to council level, city president, and different organs within the first quarter. Also within the first quarter, we launched a digital LSUIC initiative, and that led us to building LSUIC first responsive website that we currently have today. And also we enhance member welfare and support through the T-visa processing. And that was done through the Office of the National Vice President. You know, at the end of the school year, that transitional period, many universities don't give out visas, so students are mostly constrained. And this is another benefit of why you should pay your due and why you should become a member of LSUIC. Also, from the first quarter, we have 3 top field of studies or disciplines: computer science, environmental science, and international economics and trade. These 3 were the top in the first quarter. And in the first quarter, after launching the website, we had 144 persons that registered or updated their membership using the website. It's easier when we use the site because now all of these statistics we are given, it makes it easier to analyze the data. Previously, we were using these mini programs, these Chinese systems, and every time there's a problem. So even after us, your data is already there through what we have developed, and it's not attached to anybody's name, it's not signed in, nobody registered for it. That's another benefit of that site. And in the first quarter, through the data from the website, we saw 69% of the population of our membership through the data was male and 31% female. And as you saw from the financial report from the first quarter as well, the primary source of funding is a university scholarship, and that constitutes about 37%. So most of the people that are paying due are people who are on university scholarship. That could be first class scholarship, second class, third class, self-supported. They are the ones mostly paying dues in LSUIC. Now, this is also a general overview of quarter 2. And it's also important to note that there is a comprehensive report, about 70 pages, that will also be shared after here. This is a summary of it, of the 70 pages report from the national president. In this quarter, we also expanded the leadership structure to have 30 city presidents, excluding the 4 cities that had their elections prior to the 2025 Nanjing conference. As you might be aware, Suzhou, that's Honorable Gifler, or Wuhan, Honorable Emmanuel Gaje, and the other Suzhou, that's Honorable Prince Wasedi, and Jina, Honorable Enoch. These 4 cities had their own elections prior to the national conference, so they were not appointed. So excluding them, we have appointed 30 city presidents between quarter 1 and quarter 2. And like the secretary said, this is the first of its kind in the history of LSUIC to expand the leadership structure this far. Also, you're seeing 19 coordinators, because also 1 coordinator was not appointed. That is the coordinator from Beijing municipality, Honorable Andrew. He was not appointed because they had their own elections prior to the conference. So that's what makes 19 coordinator here. But in totality, the COC have 21, including the national vice president. And the city president, they are over 35, including myself. Also in the second quarter, we had a national leadership tour that we call Leadership to the People. And this, I've been around China for the last 8 years, that's 9 years now. And all of these years I've been active in LSUIC. From the moment I came to China, I took a committee position. I was on the President Public Affairs at the time, under the leadership of Charles Bully. But since that time, till now, I've never seen a leadership that have connected with the people to an extent which we have done just within the first 2 quarters.
Yeah, bro.
Somebody please mute Honorable Gifler.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Mr. President.
All right. Within the first 2 quarters, especially this quarter, we also have traveled to at least over 7 cities, to include first starting with Beijing. That was in the first quarter, but in the second quarter, we went to Suzhou, we went to Hangzhou, to Nantong, Yichang, Wuhan, Zhuzhou entirely for the the province of Hunan province, and even Zhejiang province as well. So we have been here and there. And like we said in the first quarter, and even now, and you saw in the financial report, somebody said that they are not hearing me. Hello?
We are hearing you, sir.
Okay. So as you saw in the first quarter, and even now, and even in the financial report I was just presented to you, the entire second quarter, the expenditure was 6,000 plus. And that 6,000, 5,000 of it was from giving student loan or helping students. So all of the trips that we have made, they were not sponsored by LSUIC. The national leaders themselves transported themselves to go to the various cities. And maybe for other leaders, they will do slow train, but I don't do slow train. So you have to do fast train or plane, whatever it is, to go to these various areas. And we transport ourselves to go there, spending our own money, knowing that we are also paying 360 in due, and we are not being paid to serve. It's very important to note as well. And we also forge Pan-African partnership. We have a long list of other student unions to deal with, but we have signed an MOU with 2 of them. That is the Cameroonian student and the Ghanaian students. And we also have a planning program that will be coming up shortly between these partnerships and the groupings. We also launched the Legacy Hour Dialogue or series. And within this quarter, we have had 4 different sessions. The 4 sessions focus on leadership, education, cybercrime, diplomacy, and service. And within this quarter, we're going to launch a whole lot more on the Legacy Hour. Also, we enhance membership welfare through visa processing as well for other students through the Office of the National Vice President in collaboration with the Liberian Embassy near Beijing. And also, we hosted developmental workshop from the AEC, that is the Academic Excellence Committee, on research strategies, effective study habits. Also from the Program and Planning Committee, we saw the program on public speaking, creative writing. In October, we also launched the data analysis program through the Office of the National President and several other programs as well. That's for the developmental aspect. I know the President of Public Affairs, they are here, they are watching, wondering if I'm going to call their name. But we'll get to that very shortly. Within the second quarter, through the data from the website, we currently have 222 registered members or people that have updated their information using the website. And from that, 68% are male and 32% are female. But this quarter, there's a flip in the most popular major or discipline. In the first quarter, it was computer science. But this quarter is international economics and trade. And we also saw in the first quarter, about 37% of our due payers were students on university scholarship. But this time around, they have also increased to 40%. So we really appreciate all of the people who pay in due, especially those on university scholarship. There's just a general summary. And this will also be shared in the group as a picture that you can use easily to explain. I think the secretary also covered this, and we'll just talk about it in what we just talked about not too long. We have more undergraduate students, about 48%, and we also have some graduate students, about 36%, postgraduate 8%, and other like Chinese language and others constituting 8%. And like we said, university scholarship covers a lot for primary fundings. So let's explore a little bit more. And the first strategic pillar, number one, was strengthening our union foundation, in which we expanded the leadership structure of our union, as well as through the tour, the Pan-African and Developmental Partnership, also with the embassy as well, strengthening ties with them. That's another thing that we did. So this is just an in-depth of the general summary picture that you saw, so that we don't take much of your time. We have 30 minutes to go. We also expanded the leadership structure that we talk about. And lately, we appointed few cities like Harbin, Chengdu, Guangzhou, Wuhu, Jilin, and many other cities. They were appointed later within this second quarter. And the picture here is from the trip that we took to Wuhan. And thanks to the leadership of Wuhan for hosting me through the national president, the city president there, and the adjudicator too, Honorable Vala. Thank you so much for the great job you did there while I was in Wuhan. So on the MOU that was signed between these two student groupings, the Cameroonian student and the Ghanaian student. So as you're aware, there's also this TIT. So there's a kind of a big thing coming up, something big coming up of this partnership. And we also collaborated with the embassy, and she also appeared of recent again. So in the first quarter, she was here. In the second quarter, she was also here. That is Honorable Esther William Pogba, the first secretary there at the Liberian embassy near Beijing. And during the new student orientation, we invited her, and she talked about compliance and the consular protection, as well as the visa status and other legal things from the angle of the embassy. On pillar 2, we also empowered our scholars for success through the Legacy Hour series, informing them about their country, the challenges there, so that they can be informed as to what is currently ongoing and what are the solutions that can be brought forth from our end before going home. And also through the Academic Excellence Committee, the research program that was done. If you missed that, that was very, very impactful. And based on their work plan, they have many other things coming up within this month and henceforth. The Welfare Committee, through their national survey, they have outlined and identified some other aspects, and they'll be coming up with programs to enhance the well-being of our scholars. So all of the challenges that you experience or you talk about in your quarterly reports to the cities, the Welfare Committee will also be coming in to help with that. So these are our 4 speakers for the 4 editions of the Legacy Hour within the second quarter. Mr. Martin M. Colley, he spoke on the transformation or transformative leadership and how we can move from words to action. And on Legacy Hour 2, we had President Emeritus of LSUIC at the time, Dr. Charles Bolly. He also spoke on the educational sector of Liberia and pathways for reform. On 3, we had the adjudicator emeritus of our judiciary board, who's currently the chief inspector at the Liberia National Police. He spoke on the cybercrime legislation for the national security. And on the 4th edition of our Legacy Hour, we also had a former member who is now serving as a counselor at the Liberian embassy near Paris. He spoke on diplomacy and service. Also, other tangible skills for academic and professional excellence. There was a research and data analysis session using R through the national president, and then from the Academic Excellence Committee, a program through research strategy that focus on manuscript preparation, journal submission, and navigating the peer review for new researchers or even older researchers. That program is very, very important. These are some of the benefits of you being a member of LSUIC. So when people just look at the due aspect, these are things also that the union is doing. The financial committee headed by the National Financial Secretary had a program on financial literacy, empowering your wallet, empowering students or telling them how they can save and be a responsible spender. So you don't just waste everything, and when it's time to go home, then you don't have anything. So if you also miss that program, you missed something great. Also, the Academic Excellence Committee came about with another program called Effective Study Habits, focusing on different strategies on time management as well. The Program and Planning Committee had the creative writing and public speaking, and I was impressed with the number of students that joined and the number of students also that spoke that day. It was very, very impactful, and it was amazing to see that we have scholars that are very, very eloquent and very brilliant. On 3, it was focusing on uniting our community and celebrating our culture. So we had different cities programs, and I'm sure we were all on the platform in last December, where we saw so many programs from Beijing to Chengdu, and everywhere everybody was having programs. Guangzhou, everywhere was busy. And these are things that we have been missing as a union, the unity and the togetherness. We were all on the platform, we saw it. So it was visible, it's not something that was hidden. And you all here are testament towards those initiatives. And thanks ever so much to all of the city presidents, all of the provincial coordinators. Thank you so much for the great job you are doing. There was also cultural festival from different angles, like Chengdu, Nanjing, and other places. And also, we want to appreciate and want congratulate the city president of Suzhou, that's Honorable Prince White City, who won an award in a provincial competition. And to every other scholars that published their research papers. We also have former Secretary Emeritus Dr. Piwi Datu Koluba, who obtained his PhD. He was once the Secretary General when I was the Vice President of LSUIC in 2019-2020. And even currently the National and the Chairperson of the Academic Excellence Committee also successfully defended his PhD dissertation. And to many other scholars that have also published papers, defended their theses, won so many university awards. Thank you ever so much. From the committee end and also from the city end, there were so many programs that we talk about that happened throughout the quarter, from Shanghai, Chengdu, Nantong, Jinan, Suzhou. Different things was happening across LSUIC over this quarter. And it's very important, and I want to appreciate them, because in our constitution, we have something called a pickup service, but we have not been experiencing that. And this year, if you were not around, or probably you were around, you understood that we organized this pickup service. And thanks ever so much to all of these cities. Honorable Victor there in Beijing, he was the lead focus person there, picking up students from the airport, and to every other city presidents and coordinators. Even some members were also helping to welcome students and integrate them into the university and study life in China. Because when students come to China, they'd be like, oh, when I came to China, there was no union who did anything for me. So we try to give them this first impression and make them understand that we are here as a community. And we hope that the leadership after us will continue in this pursuit to ensure that our students are welcome when they arrive to China. And that's why of recent you saw that we released some publications on this agent and applicant things, because most of the students that will come, some of them have not been informed as to why they're going to meet up when they come to China. Some of them, because the agent just want money and they will just tell them anything just to make sure that they get that money. And when they come to China, they are facing problems. The next step is come to LSUIC. And that's the question I always ask anybody who opposes this approach by the NEC. We don't want to stop agent from applying, but if you are dealing with an agent, you let us know that you are dealing with this agent, and we ensure that the agent and you sign a document. Many of the students don't sign document with agents. sign a document, let everything be clear in it. So LSUIC will just be there as probably your third party or as a witness. We are not stopping agents from doing their work. We are not telling them don't charge this, don't do this, but we want to ensure that the proper thing is done. If you tell students that you give them CSC scholarship and they should pay you $10,000, ensure that you live up to your word. I was on a call for 3 hours plus with students from Chengdu and other places on the student and agent thing. Another agent charged a lady $3,520 United States dollars for application. $3,520 United States dollars for application. She was also on that call. And these problems, when they come, people are just in the back end and just send the students to LSUIC to solve it. So the next student that will be coming, they will not be honoring our leadership, but not because they will not be honoring our leadership, so we should just allow them to be treated anyhow. Because when they come, that problem will also be LSUIC problem. The next leadership should not inherit a problem that has been there for ages. Also on our commitment to good governance and transparency, the Constitution Review Committee have started their work, and they have informed us that they have made progress finalizing the reversion from Chapter 1 to Chapter 4 of our Constitution. So we have a few other chapters remaining so that we can now have a new Constitution. Our current Constitution was amended in 2020 when I was Vice President at the time. And it says that after every 5 years, the NEC shall initiate a total reversion of our Constitution. So if you think whatever that the Constitution has been saying, it's ambiguous, it's this and it's that, this is the time. This is the time. Read whatever you have seen as a problem in our current Constitution, submit it to the committee, that these are things that I've identified, and these are solutions that I'm putting forth that can help us to have a better and clear Constitution. Please do. It's very important. Also, the audit committee have informed us that within this quarter, they will be releasing the management letter for the audit process. They have been having some challenges. That's why they were not able to complete it in the last quarter, which is this quarter we are reporting on. So within this quarter, they will give us the update on the audit process through the management letter. But they have already started the work for the information. They have started the work. They have started reviewing documents, and they have started some findings and all of that. So they'll just write a general report to let us know what they have found from the audit process. Also, we have submitted a national budget to the council, a revised version. And in that version, we have cut down on so many things, so many expenditure, even to the aspect of the electoral process. In upcoming elections, if you'll be contesting, rest assured that you will not pay what Orlando Diablo and other pay. You'll be paying something way less. And the total sum of that is the least ever in the history of LSUIC you'll be paying to contest. Because when we were contesting, we told people to quote and told them that, oh, our constitution says this fee should be reasonable and affordable. So why are you charging this? So it would not be wise enough for us to go higher than that. So we bring it down. Where at the bottom? Where at the bottom where any leadership you can think about. So if you're contesting, this year you are safe. You are safe this year. Whatever you complain about as a problem when you come, try to fix the problem. Also, for transparency, the due records, they are all there. The mini program is there in the group. At any point in time, you can go to that sheet, click on it, you will see all those that are paying dues. Everything is transparent. It's there to you. The leadership, they didn't come to, at any point in time, take money from anyone. Like I said, we are spending our own money here and there. As a scenario like, this LSUIC website, it was done by the NEC through the Office of the National President. This website, we could outsource this website to another person. and be taking money from LSUIC. But all that we told LSUIC is pay for your domain, pay for your hosting, your SSL certificate, and we'll do the site for you. What LSUIC pay was $316 around there for website. And that was basically just to pay for the domain and the hosting. Every other thing, when it comes to maintenance and development and everything, was done by the NEC. We are not paying anybody. You see in that budget, or you see in your financial report, there is nothing there about maintenance or website fees. No, you will not see it until we leave. So we have saved LSUIC a huge sum of money to develop the kind of website that LSUIC have now. You will have paid something more than $5,000 to $6,000. So if you have a corrupt leader, he could have outsourced that project to maybe TIT or outsource it to one of his friends and take that money. And as you already have a website, you'll see a website, you'll see everything you want. But a huge sum of money have left LSUIC. If money was our problem, but that's not our problem. Also to conclude, there were some challenges that we faced along the way. And that include balancing the program schedule with members demanding academic calendar to improve attendance. You know, we have so many students, and sometimes it's difficult to get everyone on board because people have exams, some people have lab, some people have different things, so it's difficult to get them. However, we are still trying as best as possible to get this going. To have a meeting of 40 plus people every time when we meet here is something that's been a very challenging for previous leadership. But we are grateful to all of you. From 8 o'clock to now, you have been here. Thank you ever so much. May God bless you. Also, reporting. Some cities have not reported over the quarter. I think even from the COC end, you saw the name of other cities that never reported. Some reported late. So this is a challenging one, though we have more than 18 cities that reported for this quarter and for last quarter. But in this quarter, we'll also have other cities that will be appointed, the city leadership, because we still have other cities that have Liberian students but don't have a leadership. So we want to make sure that we fill in those gaps, and probably there will be reshuffle of current city presidents that are not working. Some city presidents, they don't attend meetings, they don't pay dues. Imagine you as a city president, you are not paying dues. How will you encourage your students? How will you encourage your members to pay dues? From quarter 1 to quarter 2, they have not paid dues. And they have received a document in the National Leaders Group. They have received that document, their names are there. So we will also try to share that name list with the students so they know their leaders and their leaders' financial position with the union. People say LSU is eating our money, at least this year or this leadership. Nobody will say anything of such. It's clear, it's glaring there. Your money is not being used by any NET members. Also, capacity. You know, we having a challenge of, we want to have a union where the capacity of our members, especially understanding the needs of Liberia and understanding the challenges of Liberia and how we can propose solutions. That's the kind of leadership we want to have. And that's why we're going to be driving more programs towards the Liberia's development through the Legacy Hour series. And that program, we are sure at the end of it all is going to yield a result. So the reports for this, for this quarter 2, they will all be available on the website. If you go to this link here, you can download the full report. Like I said, this report I'm presenting on is about 70 pages. Part of the secretary report is about 40 pages. So if you go there, you'll see all of the reports through the union website. And if you want to know about the previous leadership and committees, who are those on the specific committees, their pictures, their phone number, their city, everything is on the website. You can go there. Membership, to fill a membership form is also on our website. If you want to contact us, everything is on the website. We'll continue to build on the site and make the site to be very, very resourceful. In this quarter, we'll have the mentorship program through the Office of the National Vice President, connecting students. Probably you're having a research problem, you have a mentor. Somebody who is seasoned into research can guide you. Also, we have the Ladies Talk through the Office of the National Vice President. National Vice President is very, 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 very productive, very, very hardworking. And I'm very grateful to God for her. And like I said, you're not going to agree to go with me, I'm not going to contest. And I'm grateful to God for her. We also have the Intercity Winter Debate. So please start preparing. All the cities and municipalities, please start preparing for the winter debate. We are already in the time. Please start preparing for the winter debate. Have your team, start quizzing them and organizing yourself. There will be cash prize. Cash prize will be given and other awards will be given as well. Please start preparing your team. This year, as you already see, we have so many cities being represented. So it's going to be a very tough and competitive process. From the public speaking program that was held by the program committee to the Office of the National Vice President, I saw so many scholars, new scholars that are energetic, and I'm sure it's going to be very, very interesting. So thank you all for the time. That's all that I have to present on that report. At about this time, I will play this video, and then I think I'll just share the video in the group because for the sake of time. So Honorable SG, it's okay. We'll stop here, and then you can.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. The national president has just presented his report. If you are still following, please go in the chat box and appreciate our national president. So much energy. The man energy enough for around here. The man energy is too much for our comfort. Thank you so much, Mr. President. Just in this shortest period of time, you've done so much more. We appreciate you and we bless God for your kind of leader. Thank you so much. So this time, we will entertain questions. If you are here and you want to ask the national president about any other happenings or development that he mentioned in his report, kindly use the reaction, raise your hands, be recognized, and then you can ask the national president. Please note that you are asking the national president, so add some level of respect to his name. So if you are there, please. Any question? It seems like the report resonated with the people. Okay, I'm seeing your hand. Yeah, Honorable Flomo, can kind of unmute your microphone and ask.
Am I being heard?
Yes, please.
Yeah, let me extend my warmest appreciation to our president there for such a great job. It's very difficult to do these things. So when people are doing it, yes, it's always good to give them their flower. Our president, in your report, if I can recall, you did mention something about the website and something about maintenance. I did hear that for now, the maintenance of the website is like on a free of charge, right? LSUIC is not paying. But in time to come, when the tenure expires, when you should have leave office, it appears like LSUIC will have to maybe do something like payment to maintain the website. If so, then how are we working to maintain that website in the future? When you do some things and maintenance has been our problem from Liberia. Okay, So what are some of those strategies that long-term strategies that this leadership will put in place to at least try to maintain our website so that when we have a new president that may not be strategic enough to help us maintain that website for us? Yeah, so what is the leadership doing if I still not be corrected in any way?
Yeah, thank
All
you.
right.
That's a good. Sorry,
Yeah,
sorry,
Mr.
Mr.
President, you can
Wise.
answer, please.
Yeah, that's a great question. The secretariat currently will be trained to have that successful transition to the next leadership. Also, I've been in China for 9 years now. I've not gone to Liberia since I came to China. It's not something that I'm proud of. So I'm hoping to go to Liberia. But however, if I be around, I will also be available to help the next leadership, train them on how to do the work. So that's something that we already have in mind. If they don't want to work with us, maybe there might be other people, they don't want to work with us. They can also find a way to do it. But we'll be available to help in the transitional process to show them how it is done. The site is hybrid. We have to hard code some of the things. Some of the things you probably might do click and drag, but some of them they are hard coded. So we'll be available to help. But if you take over and you call us people me, you want to call me, then no problem. You can you can find somebody.
All right. I'm seeing Honorable Flomo, your hand is still up.
Yeah,
You can.
just a follow-up. When you mean is hybrid, high coded, some of those computer jargons can be very difficult to understand. But I mean, when it comes to financing, is there anything like money required, or maybe it's just an ordinary training where somebody just dedicate their time to maybe maintain a web, to be maybe checking up if there is something going on wrong, you got to put things in place. Is there anything like money being involved, like maybe paying for subscriptions and you know? Yeah, just for the record sake, now before somebody can tell us, oh, the mandatory or will not do it, but when you go there, you have to scan, I pay QR code and all the things our money be going small, small.
Yeah, on the part of money, the only thing you have to do is to renew your subscription because the hosting of the website is on another server, right? So it's almost like you have a car, but then you don't have a garage in your house. So you need to pay for, a parking lot. So LSUIC website is being hosted by another company because we don't have a physical server. So you have to renew that every year, not every month, every year. And then something called SSL. That is to secure the website, to ensure that your website is not vulnerable. So you also have to renew that. Everything that you have to renew is the same 1,003 something that was paid for. Besides that, nothing else should be paid for. Besides that 1,003 that is you have to do the renewal for. Nothing else should be paid for.
So the renewal
Okay.
is on a yearly basis, yeah?
Yeah, yearly basis, not monthly.
If president say yearly basis, you bring money basis, yeah, huh? Well, ask you.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Honorable Flomo. So we'll move to Honorable Smallwood. Can you kind of mute your microphone and ask a question?
Okay, thank you, Mr. President, for that great deliberation. I mean, you are doing well, Mr. President. I must commend you. Taking into account all of the programs, that we have been able to carry on over the past time. So to do a follow-up question, and in regards to the just ended question by my honorable colleague. So you talk of the 1,300. Is it not subject to change based on some other circumstances? Is it just exact? That's one. Two, you talk about the leadership tour. So I don't know how the leadership tour has been. Some of us at our various cities, we are the only people that have been interacting with our people. It is only our faces they have been seeing. It's almost like John the Baptist came and made announcement about Jesus Christ. And John the Baptist, the man made announcement. He said, "In the man will be coming in 5 year time." I'm the picture of him. And then the people only seeing John Baptist, and then the people be like, "Well, that dare fit the man preaching to us." So, Honorable President, is there any plan to see how best you could visit some of our cities too? And talking about the just ended tour, how was it like? Because my city was not, did not partake into that. We didn't feel your presence. It's something we've been yearning for. I mean, some of the national leadership presence into each of these cities means a lot. When the people see you, they'll be like, "Oh yeah, the people, I mean, they will believe us." So sometimes we see ourselves as cities president like fish. I can see crayfish eyeball, but nowadays, based on the situation, we are looking like sheep, but we say we see fish, we see crayfish eyeball. So sometimes, so Mr. President, I just want to quickly draw your attention to that and maybe give me clarity on those issues. Thank you.
All right, so quickly, the fees for the site should be constant. I've been dealing with that provider for a while, even for the TRT website. So the fee should be constant. If there will be any change, it will not be something beyond maybe 3.4 or 3.5. I mean 1.5 or 1.4. So it should be constant. And also for the tour, I think the vice president visited your city as one of the, not the first, but probably among the first top 3 cities that we visited. The national vice president was there at your new student orientation. So maybe the next program you will have and invite us, I will be there. Since the national vice president was there for your last program. So I will be there. You are not far from me, so it should be very easy. Just let me know. The next program I will be there.
Yeah, oh no, I thought it was another visit. I never thought it was the one the vice president came. I
Okay.
thought it was not part of that one. I thought it was another one.
Thank you, Honorable Givelaw. Thank you, Honorable Givelaw. I'm seeing Samsung. Can you kind of rename yourself? While you do that, we will take Honorable Cessus. Councilman, please straight to the point. If you're asking a question, you ask a question. If you're making comment, do it within 30 seconds. Honorable Cesar, are you there?
You don't go as a handshake.
Okay, so Honorable Nguyen from Yichang. Honorable President, kindly unmute your mic and ask a question.
All right. Thank
Yes,
you,
yes,
Honorable.
yes.
Yeah,
Thank you,
we
Honorable
take you later, Honorable Cesar. We take you later. Why, Honorable Nguyen?
Recognition. I have sat pretty close to almost 5 hours listening to all of the expertise from all of the leaders, and I just want to take this time to appreciate every one of them for their level of hard work done. Indeed, when you talk about leadership, transparency, and accountability, I think we are living that dream. And it's quite important for our dispensation where people get eager to know what is unfolding when it comes to true representation. So I just want to add my voice to the many voices on this platform to say this is the student union we have created and dreamed about, and we are living the reality. And I want to appreciate in high esteem the national president of the student union for his tireless effort in making sure that many of our works or workings are done properly. And I want to also appreciate him for being a leader who always makes sure to reach out to his constituents, um, asking them what's the way forward, knowing their challenges, and finding a way through which they can be solved. I mean, that's a great form of leadership, and we appreciate that. So, on behalf of my uh, constituency here in Eastern, we want to extend our thanks and appreciation to all of the leaders, and we want to say thank you. And concerning the website that was talked about, and one of the scholar raised a very good concern that this great leadership, after which the great leadership, have stepped down from their service, who then take over many of those good initiatives that will be left behind. I mean, it's very important because sometimes we try to bring politics into development, and that will kill vision. And we then seeing that from back home, and it's of no doubt that we may see some of this behavior exhibited here. So, I mean, President, I suggest from my end that there be maybe a restraint order placed on many of those development, especially the ones that will bring total change to the labyrinths out here, so that it can be drafted into law that whatever development that is being initiated by past leaders, any other leader that will come, I mean, they should see the need to transition from there. Because with that, we will experience growth, and we will not just be a union that will just be following myths of vision and all of that. COC one, I only have a few seconds, sorry for taking much of the time. The COC one said he planning to initiate a program where Liberian students, Liberian scholars can be uh, Liberian scholars can fit in, where they can be able to um, showcase what they have learned over the period of time. So that is a very good initiative that will not just be limited to China, but will be carried back home. Because we notice that many of us graduate and go back home, and because we are not politically aligned, because we don't know people who are in maybe government and other private sector to navigate our way. We find it very difficult to get jobs, thereby being frustrated at the end of the day. So these are things that we want to hear. These are things that we want to see, and we hope and pray that every one of us on the platform works in close coordination to see it come into fulfillment. I see one of my comrades saying, "Oh, you have not paid your due," and blah blah blah. Comrade, just chill. Forget about due. Yeah, the due will come. And rest assured you that all my due will be paid along with my constituents. The records will be there, and if you are not too careful, you will be left behind. Your state will be left behind. So that I want to challenge you. So, Honorable Secretary General, thank you for the time once more, and I appreciate everyone on the platform. Thank you. God bless you. May the union live forever. Amen.
Yeah, Honorable SG, let's take the last two present because our time is already out. If you are speaking, Honorable SG, you are muted. Let's take
Yeah.
the last two. Honorable SG, are you there? Okay, if it's not Honorable Cesar, you can just go ahead.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you so much for the time. And let me start by saying thank you, Mr. President, for the report. You always demonstrated a good governance. I love your positive energy you bring to the presidency. Thank you so much. Like Scholar Isaiah just spoke part of my mind, what I wanted to recommend. You know, the world today is highly digital, and I think the development is highly, appreciated, and I think it has to be secure, so that we don't have because like I'm seeing some level of conflict in future when next leadership should take over, and I'm looking at this platform being very, very helpful for the union. And I think it's in total alignment with our today war. So because digitalization is what moving the world forward now, you will now want to risk losing this kind of platform. So I will, however, recommend, since indeed we have a very good coincidence that the constitution is being recommended, I'm sorry, being revised this time, we we can we can have clauses, we can have clauses in the constitution. We can propose clauses in the constitution that that will safeguard or that will speak for the security of this platform. That next leadership coming will not undo this platform, because I think it play a vital role, in for the union. So I would recommend that there should be law.
On the census, are you still speaking?
All right.
That constitution that will say.
Honorable Celso, are you still?
Yeah, I think I got his point. Is this just a buttress what Honorable Isaiah said, so that we can
Yes.
enforce?
So we take the last person. Honorable Simeon, are you there?
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go
Okay.
ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your presentation, and I listened to your deliberation. It was very incredible. My concern has been drawn to the issue you raised. This is not your first time raising it, and it has to do with people claiming to be agents, and the leadership. I think they has the ability to regulate issues or such. So I thought it was important to ask this question regarding what the leadership is planning to do in order to avoid the kind of problems, especially when you talk about a lady who um, was you know scammed with 3,000 United States dollars just for an application process. So I thought to pose this question and see what the leadership can do to try to control these kind of activities. Thank you.
Yeah, all right. Thank you so much. Quickly, what we did, we spoke with the chairperson of the Academic Excellence Committee, and that is currently on their plans for January. We'll be having a seminar on the application process, and we have
Okay.
identified a few other agents or other people that are into this process of applying for people. They will also be on the platform to share as much information as possible. And we're going to do it or roll it out until this application window is over. So there will be a workshop or training on how to apply, how to find school, and how to reach out to the leadership. So that's something we already have in plan. The committee is currently on that. We have identified speakers already, and they work with the flyers will be out shortly, and you will see that. Meanwhile, we're also open to receive inquiries from students that will have concern on agents and their application. So we'll also deal with them as well on that aspect.
Thanks a lot.
All right. So with not much we do, we will open the platform for motion to accept the report of the national president. That will hence be archived for future reference. So if you are there and you want to raise that motion, we ask that you kindly unmute your microphone. Yes, we take Honorable Smolu.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Secretary. I move, if I may obtain a second, that the presentation made by the Honorable President, or the report provided by the Honorable President, and every other thing about it be accepted, um, put into our archive for subsequent viewing, if I may obtain a second, moving forward.
I will take Honorable Flomo.
So second.
Okay, so second. Mr.
Okay.
President,
All
by the
right.
power vested in me, I will usually turn over this platform to you as the head of the NEC and the presiding. Thank you so much for the opportunity afforded me.
All right. Thank you so much. Thanks to all of the scholars. So to follow our agenda, we have AOB and we have remarks or in closing prayer. So if there is no other AOB, I think you've already addressed each of the speakers. But if you have something different and that you want us to talk about, then you can raise your hand. We'll identify you. If not, we'll take 4 scholars to give their feedback or their comments, if there will be any. If there will be nothing, again, we move to the closing prayer. I think AFCON game or other games are on now. Can't meet. Honorable Noah, your hand is up. If that was a mistake, then I will lower it. Honorable Missing?
Am I being heard?
Yeah, we can hear you. You can go ahead quickly.
Hello?
We can hear you. We can hear you. You can go ahead.
Okay. Yes, few scholars reached out to me concerning the deal issue. They wanted to ask their questions, but I think, according to one of Robert T. Griffin, said he unmuted himself, but then his stuff he wasn't being heard when you were asking him to like say why he had to say. So if he's here, he can just ask his questions since I'm still on the platform. I wish you can give him the chance. Oh, he left again.
Yeah, okay.
Okay then. That's all I wanted to say.
All right, thank you. Let's take the honorable coordinator of the most populous and most active province. Honorable Alexander?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. President. Good evening, His Excellency, and good evening to all scholars here that are part of this reporting platform tonight. And I just want to use this occasion to say thank you to the national leadership, to the National Executive Committee, to the council, to the members of the judiciary. I want to say thank you for all of the contributions we all continue to make for our student community, especially to the national president for the visionary leadership he continued to provide to the student union. I want to say thank you, and thank you to all city presidents and coordinators who are also supporting the efforts of the national president. That keep the torch burning. Let's keep doing our best that we can do in terms of our due payments. We know when we look at some of the money in our hand, we think that there are more to it than giving it to LSUIC. But the Bible says, where your heart is, there where your treasure, and where your treasure is, there where your heart is. So if our heart is truly with LSUIC, we have no reasons to hold back our resources for investing in our union or investing in our programs. So I want to say thank you to the national leadership and thank you to all of us that have been supporting the union one way or the other. Thank you, Mr. President, for the report. And sorry I joined lately, so I did not get to the entire nitty-gritty of the reports, but I think the scholars that were here, I trust their judgment and all of the questions I were able to get some little insight in the nature of your presentation. So thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Let's take Honorable Movie Frederick Gavelo.
Okay, Mr. President, I want to say thank you on behalf of my city, Suzhou. I want to say thank you for the leadership exerted over the period of time, and also for the patience, exerted. you know where I'm coming from. And I also want to say why it's true you've been patient with some of us, which of course sometimes it's not really um, from us directly, but we are working with people. And as a result, we depend on these people in order to be proactive. We are also individuals who have our own separate roles, and everyone is supposed to um, deliberately, carry on their function. One man cannot do everyone's work. And as a matter of fact, sometimes we tend to have some challenges along the line. So my recommendation will be to this leadership that is doing well already to try to do more in terms of trying to please interact more with our people, joining hands with us, and motivating them and providing some leadership training because I don't know about others, but I think I see myself as using myself as a litmus papers is not easy, especially for us leaders at the city leadership. All right. So, I mean, to the entire leadership and everyone listening, I want to say thank you for, being here present and supporting this great endeavor. I'm so grateful and proud to be a part of this great moment of history. Mr. President, thank you very much, and we hope to see you in the next coming quarter and to have more interaction with our people. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, thank you so much. Let's take the last mail, and then we'll just appeal to hear from maybe two females before we take our closing prayer. Honorable Gaje, representing the North.
Okay, Mr. President and the entire leadership, we would love to use the medium to say a very big thank you and honestly vote of apology. We hope that those that might aspire to lead right after this leadership, honestly, there is a yardstick that been set to measure performance. So we are not saying this for you to be afraid, but we are saying this for you to follow suit and start to see how things are going. All right. So we hope that this momentum continue. And Honorable President, we are so glad to have you with the level of energy and the level of course. We understand your frustration as time, requesting for report and other thing, and you are not getting them on time, yet and still you are in our inboxes to ensure that at least we do something. So we appreciate you. And Honorable Financial Secretary, also we are receiving a lot of communication, making effort to ensure that dues are paid. So we honestly appreciate the effort, and we also will work with you to ensure that we meet up with those commitments to our cities and other things. So to the rest of the guy, the financial secretary, and then the secretary, honorable vice president, we cannot have any word much to appreciate you guys. But honestly, we like someone can say I'm speechless, but I'm still speaking as it relates to the level of performances we have seen. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much, Honorable. Any other female, woman, lady, girl, any other female available? Honorable Angeline, Honorable Viola, our COC2, Honorable Julate, Honorable Hawa, Honorable Verman, the National Vice President, who else here again? Honorable Teresa, Honorable Blessing, Honorable Quinetta. Any lady here tonight? Okay. All right, thank you all so much. Is the Honorable Champlain General available? If not, anyone from the Champlain sake, Honorable Gabriel Kuhn, Honorable Julate, you can kindly close us in prayer.
Let's pray.
Paula. Okay.
Dear God, we thank you for the meeting. We thank you for a fruitful conversation. we thank you for the reports. We pray, God, that you will protect our leaders, that they will have deeper insight to carry us along. Thank you, dear God, for a blessed night. May you give us good dreams and wake us up safe and sound. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Amen.